All right, this is case number 2217.
Just jumping ahead of me. Oh my God. That's not what I wanted. I hope everybody's doing well today for our. Here's a little messed up. Hi, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Who is here? Hector's here. Grammy Rita is here. Bruce Davis. Vicky Pathlas. Pathlas? Sashina, my friend. Resto. You forgot you were in here. Oh, and then did you hear him yell and then me yell at him? I apologize for that. It scared me a little bit too. I'll tell you why. I had already planned a few things for us to do today, and then I know y'all recognized his voice. That was Judge Hagen, Surfer Lockhart, Surfer Professor Lockhart, who was, why is that off center? Um, who has a stream for us. And if anybody is wanting a long stream, you're in for it tonight, my friends, because this is a 3 hour stream that he has. And you know, I don't like to split those up. I just end up doing them all. So let's buckle in for that. Could everybody let me know what they had for dinner? I would love to hear about that. If you didn't like what you had for dinner, go ahead and tell me what you wish you had for dinner. That will do as well. Courtney, I don't think I might make it 12 hours. Who knows? Hi, Bruce. Thank you for being here. Um, what was I going to say? Yeah, take your meds. I'm going to take mine. We're going to find our meds firstly. Oh, I even have a little Canadian lesson that we'll do. So, first of all, let's do our daily weather lesson. So, for today, if anybody's new here, I am learning Celsius to Fahrenheit, Fahrenheit to Celsius because I'm Canadian, but I want to know you guys more. I want to be closer. So, today, the temperature is currently, oh, and again, now I feel like it's so hot. I'm wearing this outfit. It feels hot. It is 19 degrees Celsius, which equals 66 degrees Fahrenheit. That's not very big. Okay, Presto had bacon wrapped chicken tenders with mashed taters and broccoli. I think you mean broccoli, but I approve. I bet Courtney would approve of that one too. She loves chicken tenders. Bruce is gonna have chicken. Sorry, I'm checking my gain here. It's too high. Um, it's probably a bit better. You're gonna have chicken stuffing veggie. Not sure about that, what that is. Sashina's on hold with somebody who has horrible hold music. I had to tweet customer service today for something dealing with my dad for him. It was very odd. Courtney, chicken fingers and garden salad. See, I called it. I know that. Um, I had tacos for lunch and then I had my leftover taco for like it was actually a burrito, but it was from a taco place. So I had those for dinner. How would I make you dinner, Bruce? That could be good. Grammy Rita's having just a bowl. Okay, so let's clock in for our shifts by hitting the like button. Take our meds if we need to take them. Get buckled in because we are about to embark on, I don't know. I have no clue. All I know is it's from one of our favorite judges and it's 3 hours long. So buckle up, my friends. T-Rex, you're not even that late. We're 5 minutes in. I mean, for me to start watching court within 5 to 6 minutes is pretty incredible, to be honest. Still haven't found my Fitbit charger, you guys. Update on that. Still haven't found that. Still looking. Oh, but I did. Oh, this is what I was gonna say. So I have some Canadian money. I never have money, like real money. I never have money. But this is $20. And then this is $10, purple. And then this is $5, blue. It is plastic in some parts, you can see. Courtney, this is a onesie. You can sort of see. It's a onesie. And So you can also see I used to work at a bank, so I know a lot of the security symbols. So there's this, and this actually becomes a hologram. If you like stick a light through it, it shines up. And there's a couple other things. It's pretty cool. So Courtney, the best part about this onesie is that you can pee out of the bottom because it's big enough that you can like pull it to the side. Regardless, if you know, you know, having a onesie where you can pee without taking it off, it's important. Katie Watson says Canadian money melts in the dryer. I imagine that would be true if you do it on high. Um, oh no. T-Rex has to do a night drive tonight because of Target people. It's not a trap door. It's just they're shorts and they're just wide enough. Hi, Tommy V and Emma. Welcome, welcome. There's no King Chucky on them. So on our $5 bill is Sir Wilfrid Laurier, the Prime Minister from 1896 to 1911. I knew that. Oh. This one on the $10 bill is Sir John A. Macdonald, the Prime Minister from 1867 to 1873 and also 1878 to 1891. It's got staying power. And then the Queen, may she rest in peace, is on the 20. Our new $10 bills have a woman on them. Anyways, like I was saying, we're going to be watching Matthew Hagen, Referee Hagen tonight. I appreciate you all being here. Doesn't melt with a high heat. News articles and warnings about it when the plastic ones first came out. Well, I used to work in a bank, and I remember, like, obviously I dealt with a lot of currency when I worked at the bank, and Australian money has been like this for quite a while. And but it's smaller, like the bills are smaller. Our bills are the same size as American bills. And so I remember distinctly somebody had brought in Australian dollars and changed them over at the bank. And because I was the head teller, I held most of the foreign currency. And I remember like being like, look, it doesn't rip at all. And I did that and it ripped in the middle. And I was like, oh my God, that's not good. So that was the Australian one. And maybe it was already compromised. I don't even know what word to say. I'm drinking some ginger ale tonight. Let me know what you guys are drinking. I think we will get going on our screen here that we're going to watch. Give me 1 second. Oh, did it right. Look at that. Look at that. I did it right. Well, maybe it'll be a great night.
030 Reed versus Reed. Today's date is August 22nd, 2023. This is date and time set for our continued motion hearing or our continued evidentiary hearing. Ms. Sheldon, you're top left to me. If you'd state your name for the record, please.
Yeah, sure. Jennifer Sheldon appearing on behalf of Miss Kelly Reed.
Mr. Reed?
Yes, sir. Blake Reed.
Thank you. Ms. Reed?
Yes, Kelly Reed.
Thank you. We went over a couple issues off the record, but basically what I'm about to.
Hi, looking at legal stuff. There she is. My friends, if you are not subbed to looking at legal stuff, I know, okay, presto, I'm going to swap it to the other one. First of all, you're here at an intermission of life. But secondly, Jenny, I don't think this is because this happened today. I just noticed this today. We watched one of I think we watched the one that you sent me on. Anyways, hold on. I'm gonna swap to this other screen because I get it. The intermission thing is sort of annoying. But I'm gonna have to swap over me for the screen capture. Bring that puppy over here. And then I'll go down in the corner. But this way it doesn't say intermission. And then This one over here. Okay, now let's get going. Also, yes, guys, please go ahead and sub to Looking at Legal Stuff. Are you at 17,000 yet, girl? You are close. I love how much your channel's growing. Go down in that corner. That's right. I gotta fix the sizing too, but let's keep playing.
To state on the record, at our last hearing in May, Mr. Reed indicated he had a couple more witnesses. And then Ms. Sheldon will be presenting at least a witness for her client, she said. So what I'm going to do, Mr. Reed, is I'm going to allow you to start with whichever witness you'd like first. We do have Ms. Shanks and Mr. Shanks in the waiting room, and I will give the general instruction about sequestering, which means they're just not to be in the same room or listen to each other's testimony before they testify, and that's pretty standard, okay?
Yes, sir.
So,
Am
Mr.
I-
Reed, oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Am I allowed to call Kelly for questions again as well?
Well, the way we'll do it is this, because I don't believe that. Here's kind of the way it worked procedurally: is you called Ms. Reed on your case, your side of the case.
Yes, sir.
And so Ms. Sheldon was able to ask some questions, but Ms. Sheldon and her client have not technically called any witnesses. Well, you called the witness from our parenting time supervisor that was out of order because of logistics. This person could only appear at that time. So technically that's the only witness that Ms. Sheldon has called. I'm going to permit her to call Ms. Reed on her case as she presents her case. And then Mr. Reed, you'll be able to cross-examine her. I'm not sure we necessarily need you to then call her again, if that makes sense. So the way we'll do it is I'll let you call these two witnesses because that's how we left it in May. And then so in other words, I guess I'll put it this way: if Ms. Sheldon doesn't call Ms. Reed, I'll permit you to call her again. But if Ms. Sheldon calls Ms. Reed, you're going to be able to ask your questions on cross-examination. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah, sure.
Because my notes indicate that Ms. Sheldon planned to call Ms. Reed, so I was anticipating 3 witnesses essentially today, and that will be the 2 in our waiting room and Ms. Reed, and then closing arguments, and we'll be all set for today. So, Mr. Reed, your next witness, please.
He makes it sound so simple and easy.
JT Shanks.
Hold on. He makes it sound so simple and easy. Does he get his hair so perfect, Vicky? I think it's only because he is from Hogwarts. He's a professor. Also, yeah, Professor Lockhart who loves to surf. That's my idea on that. T-Rex, Sashina has posted a link to those in my Discord. I will find it and send it to you. I actually think she posted it under Walk With Me, which is where sometimes I post Fitbit things, but I believe it's under there. If I remember correctly. If I recall correctly, IIRC. Let's get going. Like I just said, he made it sound so easy, but this is a 3-hour hearing. So let's see. Let's get moving.
Thanks.
All right. So Mr. Shanks, correct?
Yes, sir.
As I labeled him, maybe you wouldn't know that, but as I was checking people in, that's how I labeled him. All right, Mr. Shanks, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you are now in the hearing room, the meeting room where we're conducting the hearing. You have been called as a witness in this matter by Mr. Reed. He's going to have some questions for you. And then if she chooses to, Ms. Sheldon may have some questions for you, okay?
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead.
All right, and then there was one other thing that I need to cover with you before I swear you in. As a witness in this matter and in most matters, the court has sequestered the witnesses, and what that means is you just can't be in the same room with any other person who will be testifying. So if you're in the same room as any other witnesses that may appear during this hearing, we just need to have that person leave the room, or you leave the room, however you want to handle it. We can't have, the purpose of this is because we can't have witnesses listening to testimony before they testify.
Right,
That's-
yeah, I understand, and I
No,
am
no.
alone.
Sure. So you let me know when you may already be by yourself, but you let me know when you're by yourself, okay?
Yes, I'm quite alone right now.
All right, thank you, sir. Raise your right hand, please.
Okay,
Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
it absolutely is.
Thank you. Mr. Reed, it's your witness.
Yes, sir. What's your relation to Kelly Reed and the two children, Hunter and Hartley Reed?
Okay, Kelly right now is my daughter-in-law. And Hunter and Hartley are my grandchildren.
Okay. How long have you known, or let me rephrase this. How long have you been in both the grandchildren's lives?
Hold on. So is this his dad? This is so confusing. This must be his dad. Okay, just keep going, Pace. Come on.
Since they were born.
Okay. Where did those grandchildren live since they were born?
Well, Hartley was born in California, and well, Hunter was too, but they're different cities.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about your relationship with the grandchildren.
Oh, we've had a great relationship. We've been there with them just about all their life, and we've played together. We've done a lot of stuff together, and I don't know. We've just been, we've been in each other's lives for as far back as they are old.
Okay. And then when they moved to Michigan, did you ever see them after they moved to Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. Did you come down, or should I say come over to Michigan to visit them?
Yes. When me and my wife came through and came to Michigan, expressly to visit them and Kelly and you too.
Okay. When's the last time you've seen the grandkids?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm bad on dates, but I haven't seen Hartley, of course, since one trip here to Michigan. And I've seen Hunter the time that he came back home to stay with you. And, we've come back through several times into Michigan, and I've seen Hunter the most recently, and I haven't seen Hartley since before they left Michigan sometime.
Okay. What kind of relationship did you have with Kelly?
Well,
prior to her leaving the state of Michigan?
Prior to all this, I thought I had a pretty good relation with her, although I greatly disagreed with her on a lot of things involving the kids.
Okay. What was your proximity to where the children lived with me and Kelly? What was your proximity, your living proximity when we resided in California?
Well, our houses were side by side, and the front door to your house and the front door to my house, I'd say approximately around 20 feet apart.
Okay.
All of my side windows faced your front of your house, your front door, and your front windows.
Okay. So you saw the grandchildren every day.
Oh, yes, every day.
So how would that normally start off at a opening of a day?
Well,
That'd be-
normally we saw the kids in the morning. They would come to our door, and they would just come in to just visit with us. Sometimes they came in to have breakfast with us, and I don't know. It just started our day and their day, probably at least 6 days a week.
So you had a pretty good relationship with both of them.
Oh, yes, yeah, I did.
Have y'all tried to contact Kelly in regards to talking to the children since
My
she
wife,
left?
let me tell you something. My wife has sent Kelly no more than, I'd say, 25 to 30 text messages and phone calls trying to contact her. But
Okay.
Kelly sent our message back one time and said, "Don't contact me anymore."
Okay. It was that because y'all didn't have a good relationship, or what would be your reason in thinking that she wouldn't want you to contact her?
Well, you know what? In my opinion, it's just plain old meanness. That's all I can think of.
Yeah. So what do you feel like it's done to the children, taking their father and their grandparents out of their lives?
Well, it's hard to
Objection, Your
say.
Honor.
Yeah, objection, Your Honor. Absolutely. Thank you, Jennifer, for fucking standing up here. I don't know that there's what is his qualifications? Just in his opinion. Also, thank you for being here. Orlando Chiquita, Donna, my friend. Loud Elvis is here. D.A. Vel, is that how we say it? How do you prefer? Devel, Dave L, D.A. Vel, whichever you prefer. Welcome. Look at the judge. He's got his eyes closed. He's thinking about what his next surf trip is going to be. He's wondering if he could place a spell on these people without them knowing. Oh, guys, if you're just getting here or you're new here, please make sure that you have gone ahead and subbed to the account. The new channel, that's the one we're on right now. Also, like the video. It's a free way that you can help your girl out. It's very helpful. I'd be a pretty good abductee too.
Not being
Speculation.
One
Objection,
second.
Your Honor.
what
What's the-
object is this?
one second, Mr. Shanks. What's the objection, ma'am?
He is asking about what the impact of this not seeing the grandparents is on the children. And I don't think Mr. Shanks he admitted that he hasn't seen the children. So he would not be qualified to testify as to what the impact is. It will be purely speculation, Your Honor.
Mr. Reed, do you have a response to the objection?
Can I ask him to speculate?
Well, no.
Oh, at least it was honest. Oh, I'm sorry. At least that was honest. Oh, again, don't go to court pro se, people. Don't go to court pro se. You just can't do that. Also, I love the judge. He was really like wrestling with this, and I love that. I think that's appropriate and the right thing to do when we're dealing with cases of a pro se litigant versus a lawyer, basically. But also, Like, Buddy just ruined it. Like, he could have said almost anything else and it would be different. But he just said, well, can I get him to speculate? No, not really. Because the speculation isn't based upon anything in reality. He's already said he hasn't seen the children in a long time. So, again, oh, Melanie, I want a daddy like that. I don't have any student loan debt either, but that's thanks to me not going to school.
To the objection?
Can I ask him to speculate?
Well, no, we have to go by what he has observed.
Okay.
Can I give an opinion?
No, well. So here, just to maybe clarify this issue, you could talk about Mr. Reed, you could ask him how it's affected himself. But
Correct.
it doesn't sound like he's seen the minors in a while, so it would be difficult for him to say, I guess, is what the objection is and how I'm gonna rule.
Okay. Yes, sir. I apologize. Mr. Shanks, how would
Stephen Rosen, thank you for being here and saying hello. I have to pause and say something because I've talked about this before, but I don't think you were here. I recently was going through my junk emails and somehow your lovely email that you sent me got sent to my junk mail. So I didn't receive it right away, but I did receive it eventually and it was so lovely. And I really, really appreciated your email. So thank you very, very much. It was very sweet. And I'm so glad to hear you're here. But I also am a little bit jealous because I think it would be fun to go play some Irish music on the banjo. But I don't play the banjo, so maybe it wouldn't be very good. Anyways, thanks for being here. Make sure you hit that like button before you leave. And thanks again. What a sweet email.
how would you say it affected you, nobody else, because you don't know how anybody else feels? How would you say it affected you?
I'm going to tell you, I love those kids. And it's been very difficult for me not to ever be able to talk to them, see them, spend any time with them. And I just can't fathom why a mother would want to hurt her kids to that extent.
Okay. Kind of tell me a little bit. How old are you, Mr. Shanks?
I'll be 80 years old in a little over a week.
And how is your health?
Well, I've got a serious heart problem and I've got cancer and I'm hard of hearing too. So, I know as a matter of fact, and I've expressed this to my wife, I've exceeded the longevity of every member of my family. And it looks like, in my opinion, I'm on a dead end road. I just don't know when the sign's going to show up and say this is it. But it's the way I feel today. It's an effort to get mobilized.
Would you like to see the grandkids?
Well, certainly, I'd like to see them. If I can't see them often, I'd like to at least be able to talk to them. Maybe, several times a week or as often as they can want to talk.
Okay. Is there anything that you would like to say about the situation that you have firsthand knowledge of, the divorce?
I want to offer my opinion on the characters of two people. Is that okay with the judge there?
The two people being
Kelly and Blake.
okay. So here's how I can direct you. Mr. Reed can ask you about which person he'd like you to speak. So if he
Is this not cringe? Oh my gosh, Courtney. Also, hi KLF RLS 0523. Is that it? My phone knows. Thank you so much for being here, you guys. Kay, there's another channel already linked on my page. Please go and check her out. Amazing, amazing stuff. Great long form content. Much more organized than I am. So if you want to be able to see a case from the beginning to the end, Kay is your lady. But if you guys are just getting here, please make sure to clock in for your shift by hitting that like button. This is a long episode that we're doing today, so buckle yourself in for that. Get yourself a drink. Let me know what you had for dinner, and we go from there. I have this judge. I have personally named Judge Surfer Dude or Judge Professor Lockhart. I honestly think he's a combination of both. He's like a surfer, like Lockhart professor who somehow got like relegated to being in the muggle world as a judge. And he's like not allowed to use his magic. But he does secretly when he goes surf. Oh yeah, that's his story. That's his story. Hi, Mayor. Oh gosh, you guys are great. Living, did I agree to sing Living on a Prayer at 250 subs? I don't know if I did. The judge does look a bit like an anime character. I was at the Anime Matsuri Festival. Is it festival? Conference. It's a conference. I was at the conference. And it was good. There was a lot of people dressed up. I was not dressed up. I did say that. Okay, well, I guess I'll sing then. I actually was thinking I'd love to do karaoke with you guys one night. In person, some of us, but then the rest of us to broadcast it online so we could all laugh at each other. I think that just would be chef's kiss. You know how sometimes the guys watch that in members only? That'd be fun. Hi, Dana M. You don't know you even know my favorite color is lilac, Professor Lockhart. Oh, Harry Potter. Okay. Devel. That's what I'm going with, Devel. That's awesome. And hi, RLS 0523. I checked with Kay earlier about the chips that we were talking about last night. Apparently, they may or may not be available. But what you all should do is go to you know what you should do? Go to Wegmans. Okay? Wegmans seems to want to please their customer. I need a Wegmans deal, okay? But seriously, go to Wegmans and ask them to make it. They probably will. They have everything else. I've never been to one and I want to go to one so badly. Oh, it's such a weird thing to want. It's like when I was obsessed with MREs, which are military rations that don't really taste good. But yet I wanted to eat them very badly. You don't have Wegmans there? I'm sorry. They're not around everywhere? I thought they were like a Walmart. I thought it was like, is it just New York? Like they have so many. Were you pimping my channel, Mayor? Thank you. I did get a number of new subs today. I told you guys I'm being a little bit healthier on how I look at my subscribers and all that kind of stuff. There's no Wegmans in Texas, Dana. Okay, interesting. No, none in Florida, Orlando, Chiquito. Courtney had lime and jalapeno ruffles today. MREs come with tiny bottles of Tabasco sauce, and that's the only thing that makes them edible. RLS 0523. I was obsessed, and I've talked about this before. I have literally talked about Steve 1989 MRE. He is the OG, well, maybe not the OG, but he is the daddy of MRE YouTube content. I've watched all of his stuff. I don't know why I love it so much. One time, many years ago, I was dating this guy who got me a German MRE as a gift. It was like 8 years out of date or 6 years out of date. And I've never before been so happy to receive like rotten food. And I was just like the ability to open it just like they do in an MRE taste test. Except that, guess what? Here's the thing, right? Those videos that people make, and this is before I knew how hard video making was. I was just a watcher of videos. Now I'm a failed video maker. So I know exactly how hard it is. Oh, okay, what? Okay, Streamlabs. That was creepy. I don't know who that was, why that came up. But uh I didn't press anything. How that? But seriously, I doing it is not nearly as cool as watching the video. It's just not. Like I want to feel like I'm sitting beside Steve, like open up my MRA, like let's get this onto a plate. Yeah, or whatever he says. All right. What does he say? I fucked it up because I heard my thing. Kay, that is actually meant to be the donation sound that we have chosen for this stream, but I honestly didn't think it would be going off right now. Oh my God, the Vomlet. I know, I've heard about that one. Oh, oh, okay. Let's get this out onto a tray. Okay, nice. There. Thank you. That's right. It's been a while. I go back to those videos sometimes just to like eat and not be alone, which is a little sad, but not really. Because now I have friends like, yeah. Okay, you love the beef pasta one, Mayor? Gosh. I've heard the French one is like the piece de resistance, if you will. Did somebody just sub? Is that what happened? What used to happen when I was had it set up differently, I don't know why. It's just because less people are subbing, but back in the day, I would sometimes have my computer just going and doing other things, and then I'd hear, "Oh yeah," and I'd be like, "Oh, okay, there we go." Um, Also, the judge's eyes right now look like he's like, "Is this lady going to talk about me forever?" Yes, judge. Yes, yes, I am.
He wants, if Mr. Reed wants you to talk about Mr. Reed's character, he can ask you that. If he wants you to talk about Ms. Reed's character, he can ask you that as well. It's just a little bit of a vague question. That's all. So the answer from me is, let's wait and see what Mr. Reed asks you, and then we'll see where it goes. So, Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I apologize. What can you give me any would you like to tell me about my character, I guess I should say?
All right. I'm gonna say this. Kelly has made Blake out to be the biggest monster ever walked the face of the earth. And I'm going to tell you firsthand, in California, the number of homeless people that he helped is something I can't fathom.
Okay, what does that say about you? This is weird. This is really cringy. Oh man, this is why you need a lawyer. You can't ask these questions about yourself without it sounding exceptionally cringy. This is, yeah, again. Ugh. Sir, if you went to so much trouble. Oh, astronaut ice cream. Yeah, I want to try that. Seriously, like if you go to the trouble of preparing your witness like this, because it sounds like they spent a couple nights discussing this. Yeah, this is tough. Also, what a weird humble brag for his son, but also like a diss to himself. Like, my son helps so many homeless people. I think that's insane. Like, does that mean more about you? Or does that mean more about him? It's not a very, like, subjective opinion. Oh no, it's not a very objective opinion. It's a very subjective opinion. No college.
And the trouble he took to mentor young men who are going on the wrong side of the law, and took time to take them in, teach them a trade that makes them some of the top carpenters in the Central Coast. And he's made them into some of the finest young men you're ever going to meet. And that don't sound like a monster to me. And I'll tell you something else. Monsters don't get up in the middle of the night and go up to a nursing home because a man he knows up there has Alzheimer's, and he's up there very combative to the staff. He's shitting all over the hallways of the complex.
Y'all, did he just say? Did he just say he was shitting all over the hallway? You're not gonna, you're not gonna tell me that he went up there and cleaned up the shit. Come on. Hi, Beverly Bradford. Welcome. We gotta go back, isn't it? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. What? Really? That was great with slut.
There, very combative to the staff. He's shitting all over the hallways of the complex. And Blake goes up there in the middle of the night, calms the guy down, gets him in the shower, cleans him up, and sits there with him all night. Now, does that sound like a monster to you?
Well, let's talk about you've been in my life since 13 years of age, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's quite obvious that I made wrong choices in life in my younger years.
Don't we all?
What kind of change have you seen in the past? Well, let's keep it to the time frame of the marriage with Kelly.
Let's just go back here. I want everybody to please look at the judge. Look at the judge do his hair flip. It literally just goes right back to place. I don't know how he does it. No worries, Beverly, don't worry. And Dana's late. So this is an ongoing child custody hearing that was continued from May. Oh, oh shit, that is people subscribing. Somebody, y'all are making a concerted effort here to get me to sing something. I think that's what's happening here. But I appreciate it no matter what. But again, if I'm good, I think YouTube gets mad about that. If I'm not good, that's not pleasant. Anyways, here, so he is the gentleman who's asking questions of the Hank Hill character is the pro se litigant and the dad. He is questioning his stepfather, who's been in his life since he was 13 years old, and the ex-wife is on the screen, or not on the screen, but that is her lawyer, the lady that's on the screen, not this lady, not me. I ain't no lawyer. We've talked about that many times before. I'm not a lawyer. I just play one on YouTube at night sometimes, but not really, in my opinion. Everything's, in my opinion, allegedly.
Have you seen in the past? Well, let's keep it to the time frame of the marriage with Kelly.
Well, I think I told you once, I've got 2 other sons. And I told you once that what you'd accomplished in your last 5, 6, 7, 8 years is maybe is prouder than I am with the other 2. So
Okay. You lived in Hawkins, Texas, roughly 6 years ago, correct? Well,
Yeah.
longer, 7 years ago.
Yeah.
And you and your wife had a log cabin that was built
Yeah.
next to mine and Kelly's residence, correct?
With what?
it was right next door to where me and Kelly resided, correct?
Oh, yes, that's right.
And you had a house fire and you lost your house, correct?
Right. Yes.
Where were you living after the house fire?
Well, there for a brief while we were staying in an RV trailer that was out there on the lot right next to where our house had burned.
Okay. Do you recall an evening during that time that y'all were staying in the RV trailer that me and Kelly had an argument and I came to the RV to let y'all know that I would be leaving and I'd be back in a few days?
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, and a last update to anybody who is new here. You may notice the Streamlabs annoying guy in the chat. Everybody gets points by just being here. Every 5 minutes that you watch, you get awarded a certain number of points. And if you get you can gamble them after that. I believe if you type in !points, it'll tell you how many points you have. And also, DA Vel, he's not a lawyer, let's keep in mind. He is a pro se litigant, so he's not gonna shut down his own witness, and his own witness ain't gonna shut him down. So yes, everybody gets points. And you gain them more for being here longer and also gambling, and also I can give away points randomly. There's many different things that we can do with points. But yeah, you do get them and you can give them to each other. We haven't sorted that one out exactly yet. Melanie's rolling in points. Rolling in points. But again, that a lot of that is from gambling. You know what I'll do right now on my phone so I won't fuck it up? I'll give everybody 200,000 points, hopefully. Let's make that happen while we keep watching. So stay here and like the damn video.
Remember that.
Can you tell me about that?
Your
Oh, yeah.
Honor, I would object to lack of foundation. We would need more details than 10 years ago, sometime in the evening.
Okay,
Well, can you narrow it down a little bit, Mr. Reed?
yes, sir. Yeah, I never said it's 10 years because I haven't known Kelly.
Yeah, I think it was 6 or 7 years ago, but
Yes, sir.
anyway,
I
let's
understand.
narrow it down. Or I heard you say, Mr. Reed, about 6 or 7 years ago, but
Yes,
let's
sir. I
narrow it
understand.
down a little bit.
Yes, sir. Do you remember, Mr. Shanks, do you remember a night that Miss Reed followed me over when I was discussing leaving and her having a fight on her?
I remember it well. I know y'all were having an argument. I have no idea what for. And you came down and said, "Yeah, I'm going to leave." And the next thing I know, Kelly's there. She got a pistol in her hand. She points it at you. It doesn't fire, and she slams it into your face as hard as she can hit you. I remember that just like it was last night.
And do you remember what I did?
I think you turned around and got the hell out of there. I think you looked at your teeth first, then you got the hell out of there and got in your truck and left.
What did she do with the gun after that point?
I think she threw it down on the bed.
Okay. All right. I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Sheldon. Do you have any questions for Mr. Shanks?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Shanks,
Yeah, you'll have to speak very clearly because I'm hard of hearing.
okay, can you hear me?
Say again.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. I may not make out every word you say. I have a problem with different voice pitches. So, the pitch of your voice may be difficult, but if you speak slowly and clearly, I'll try to grasp it.
Thank you. Mr. Shanks, where do you reside?
Right now, I reside in Michigan.
Do you reside with your son, Mr. Blake Reed?
No, I reside in Mansalona, and he's residing in Traverse City.
When did you move here?
Do what?
When did you relocate to Michigan?
Let me see. I actually think it was in January, and we had to close out some things in California. We got that done, and been here probably permanently. Well, we've been back here permanently for about a month, I guess.
Okay. Are you in a rental? Where are you residing?
We're residing in a cabin that I built in Mansalona.
And is that the cabin that Mr. Blake had owned previously?
I object. Is this about children or property?
Ms. Sheldon?
Your Honor, I'm trying to see where this witness is currently residing. He stated Mansalona. And
I think it's still relevant.
Well, I'm trying to figure out, you pointed out, Ms. Sheldon, he hasn't seen the minors in a while, and he's stating he doesn't live with Mr. Reed, so what is relevant about where Mr. Shanks lives?
I will move on, Your
Thank
Honor. Mr. Shanks, you stated that Mr. Reed has done really well for himself. Is that correct?
No, I didn't say he's done well for himself. I said he's done well for others.
He's done well for others. Okay.
Yeah, he's very diligent about helping people.
And you indicated that there was an incident of some kind of domestic violence in what year was that?
I don't recollect years that much. I'm 80 years old, but I'll tell you, it was in, like I said, in the last, had to be in the last 7 years. I'm sure, maybe even accidentally in 8 years, but I think more like 7. That's as far close as I can get you with my memory on something
So
going
when-
back that far.
So
On
when
what
that
day-
incident,
do what?
when that incident occurred, would you say it was beginning of the relationship? Were there any grandchildren born at that time?
At the beginning of their relationship?
Yes. Was it in the beginning of their relationship or marriage?
Well, there's another child, but I'm not sure before or after marriage. That child is not involved in the custody hearing.
Do you recall Mr. Reed threatening Mrs. Reed?
I never heard him threaten her, not one single time.
Okay. And did Mr. Reed ever go down to your trailer with a shotgun?
No, I had a shotgun in the trailer.
Okay. Did you ever tell Mr. Reed that he needed to put down the gun?
Mr. Reed never had it in his hand. I had the gun because my wife is deadly afraid of snakes, and we were out there in an RV out where she had seen lots of snakes.
So you don't recall an incident in October of 2015 where Mr. Reed came and grabbed Miss Reed out of the trailer?
No, didn't grab nobody out of that trailer.
Okay.
That's
And you don't,
totally false.
and yet that is the police report that was made.
Ooh, that's feeling funny. I gotta keep going. Why does it take me half an hour to get through half an hour of video?
At that time. Would you be able to tell us if I showed you the police report?
Well, let me tell you about the police report. I
No,
was-
the question
was-
is, Mr. Shanks, the question is, would you be able to recall if I showed you the police report?
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you there, counselor. I was in the room when she was giving her report. I told the officer when she was through that I wanted to give a statement. At that
Okay.
time, the officer told me he didn't need my freaking statement and to get out of the room while he was taking hers.
Okay.
Point blank.
I understand that. And that night, was Mr. Reed arrested for domestic
No.
violence?
No, he wasn't even there when the deputy came out to take a statement.
Was
Yep,
Mr.
already
Reed
gone.
ever arrested for domestic violence?
Do what?
Was Mr. Reed ever arrested for domestic violence?
I don't recall him ever being arrested for domestic violence.
Okay. When did Mr. Reed come to California to live with you or live near you?
Hmm. That is a good question. Let me think back. Let's see, we're in 2023 right now. I don't know. I'd say probably let's see, Hartley was blind there. Shortly after they got there, I'd say it's been 6 years, Hartley 6 years or 7. 6, I think. Anyway, around that time.
Okay. When he comes,
This is a great reminder. We're at a minute or an hour on the dot. This is a great time to name your strain, take your meds, click the like button, say hi to people that are just arriving, like Jennifer, like COSGS. We are in the middle of a continued evidentiary hearing that is happening in front of what I like to call Judge Surfer Lockhart. Surfer because I believe that he spends his days dreaming of where he can surf. And Lockhart because he looks exactly like Judge Lockhart. Search for Spock is here. Welcome. And so this is a continued evidentiary hearing about custody between two people that aren't on screen. There's 3 people on the screen. There's me, your girl, who you can give a like to and help out for free, which is so helpful. Y'all know how YouTube Daddy is as a mean master. And then secondly, you can yeah, I forget what else we could do. Oh, just make sure you sub to the channel. We're almost at 250 subscribers, which is very exciting. That's only halfway to being monetized again. And then also come and say hi in the chat from where you are. We love people here. We love lurkers. Even if you're lurking, it's okay. You can lurk. That's fine. And we have cleavage. Exactly, Mayor. We have all the important aspects. Oh yeah, so we're watching a continued evidentiary hearing about a child custody case. The two people aren't on the screen. There's just me. Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. There's just me, your girl on the screen, who you can help out by giving a like. Then we have the lawyer for the wife, ex-wife, Jennifer, right here, and then Judge Lockhart right there. Let's see. Here we go. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you guys.
When he came to live with you, did you know that he was wanted in
That's
Texas?
what? Say that again.
Did you know that he was wanted in Texas? That he had arrest warrants?
No, I don't remember him having any at that time. I know some situations came up after that that were they weren't true, but they were put into effect anyway.
Okay, what situation would that be?
Well, he had a Wood County constable that was very vindictive to him, and he made up a bunch of erroneous charges and got the Wood County DA to accept them. But when Blake went back to Texas and his lawyer got through with Wood County, they had to drop every one of them except one, and that was a misdemeanor. And I'll tell you something else. Blake's attorney.
It's totally fine, Erica. Thank you so much for being here. I'm glad that you're here. No, my name is out there. We all know who I am. I'm so glad that y'all are here. And yeah, I think we need about 4 more oh yeahs, but sometimes the oh yeahs don't sound if people have privated their accounts. So we may be able to get there sooner. That's getting us to 250 subs. Seriously, you guys, this case is so cringe. Like, ugh. Like this poor judge, what did he do? In what world did he do to deserve to have to hear all these fucking cases? Like that, oh, I don't even dream in pictures, and I still have nightmares about that fucking woman's voice from that like super long divorce case that we watched. Oh, oh.
Said, if you'll let me file civil rights charges on this county, I'll make you a rich man.
Objection, Your Honor.
Charges. They had to drop every one of them except one, and that was a misdemeanor. And I'll tell you something else. Blake's attorney said, if you'll let me file civil rights charges on this county, I'll make you a rich man.
Objection, Your Honor. That was a hearsay.
Sustained.
Well, it's the truth. I don't care whose hearsay it is.
Mr. Shanks,
Yes.
was Blake Reed convicted of evading arrest with vehicle and sentenced to 10 years? And that sentence was for 5-year probation and fines. Do you recall that?
Well, I remember that's the only charge that was able to be enforced was evading. Now, what is fine or sentence or all that was, I don't know. I can't tell you that because I don't really know.
Okay, that's fine. That's fair. Mr. Shanks, do you know that Mr. Reed was also arrested earlier in January 2023 in Grand Traverse?
Okay, I just have to say this. Whatever's happening is distracting. I didn't take my meds. That's why. Okay, take your fucking meds. Let's keep watching.
County.
He did what?
He was arrested.
I object. I was never arrested.
Well, she can still
I'm
ask him
asking the
if he
question.
knows if you were.
Okay.
He can say yes or no.
Okay.
All right, give me the question again so I understand exactly what you're saying.
I'm asking you if you had any knowledge that he had trouble with the law, either arrested and had issues with the police in Grand Traverse County earlier this year in January.
Well, I'll tell you, I don't know of any.
Okay. And do you understand that Mr. Reed has an order for custody and parenting time and he has to follow that order?
He has an order for custody time.
Yes, parenting time.
Well, I don't know he had an order for it, but I know he's tried many a times and was denied it.
Okay. Did you know that he is allowed to supervise parenting time even now, which he is not exercising?
Well, how would he do that living there and her living in Texas?
He is allowed supervised parenting time and he's allowed to go to Texas and have parenting time with the kids. Did you know that?
Well, no, I didn't. But I don't know how he's going to go when she's taking all of his money.
Is Mr. Reed not working?
Well, yeah, he's working, but she's still getting mostly everything he makes, every penny. I know what
And
he
that-
doesn't have enough money to go hardly buy lunch with. I don't know why she's not working. There must be thousands of women in her case that have children, single women that are working a full-time job. I don't know why she can't do that.
Okay.
I
Your
want
Honor, I do not have additional questions for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Reed, do you have any redirect or basically what that means is any follow-up questions for Mr. Shanks based on Ms. Sheldon's questions?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Shanks. You're all set for today.
That's it.
That's
I don't-
it. Yes, yes, sir.
Or-
Thank you.
I can't say anymore.
That's correct. They've asked, the parties have asked you all the questions, all the questions they have for you.
Okay. Well, I have a lot more.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Reed, your next witness, please.
Is there any way for me to pass that witness till she calls Kelly?
Can you help me understand what pass the witness means?
I wouldn't know the right terminology. Can I have her call Kelly first?
Well, what's the purpose of that?
I'm trying to come up with some notes here to group on what needs to be asked that wasn't already covered. So we're not wasting court time.
Well, the reason why I've had witnesses out of order is because this is the only time they could appear. Your witnesses are here. So I can give you a couple minutes if you want to think we can take a 5-minute break and you can write down notes, but it is, you know, these, from my understanding is these are the same exact two witnesses that you were going to call on May 23rd. And now we're 3 months, later. It seems to me like you've had an adequate amount of time to get your questions ready.
Okay, well then I pass witnesses.
But I don't want you to lose your opportunity to call because
Oh, again, this is fucking cringy. And not because I don't think that I wish it was the type of thing that you could do yourself, but it's sort of like fucking surgery. You just can't. You just can't. You can't do your own surgery. Sorry, you can't. Like, that's just the way it is.
I believe you've raised the issue of not being able to call witnesses before, and you have had an adequate amount of time to raise witnesses, so whether
Right.
you raise that issue is up to you. I'm not preventing you, of course, from filing any objection. I'm just stating, I want you to be able to present the witnesses that you would like, and I'm providing you with that opportunity.
Yes,
If you
sir.
like 5 minutes to get some notes together, I don't care, but it's time to call that witness or not, I suppose.
Yeah, no, I'll pass it. And I'm not saying that I was denied it before in a different judge, but that's not you. And I understand you're allowing it.
Well, I'm not criticizing it. I'm not criticizing you or anyone. I'm just trying to fill in the picture for you here and help you out on this is your opportunity if you'd like. It wasn't even a comment on that. It's me just saying to you, look, here's your opportunity. If you'd like, you can take advantage of that or not. That's all. It's not a big deal.
I'll pass.
Okay. Do you want me to leave them in the waiting room, or do you want to text them to hang?
What? Oh my God. This is going to be a 333 for anybody who hangs out for Big D Bond Court. When we have that, you know that we vote when people are confused in court and they maybe just don't understand the assignment. I don't think he understands the assignment. I'm being serious now. Like, you got two people there. Either you subpoenaed them or you asked them to be there, regardless of how it happened. Two people, adults, I would assume, have taken part of their day to come to court for you, and you're just like not going to ask them any questions? I'm so confused by all of this. Also, yes, Jennifer, thank you for being here and coming back. This is a very niche area of the court watching world. A lot of creators hang out here because, well, I like to pump myself up about why, but we'll just say it's a cool place to be. But please make sure you've clocked in for your shift by hitting that like button. That is such a great way that you can help your girl out. It's free. It's very helpful for me with YouTube Daddy. We are on our way to 500 subs, which is when I can get monetized again. The old channel already monetized and demonetized, so we're doing it again, baby.
I don't care if these are your witnesses. So however you want to handle whether they want to stay on the line or the phone or however we're calling it when it's a Zoom call. Okay.
Okay.
So
I'll text it.
all right. Sir, then do you have any further witnesses or exhibits?
I'd like to call Kelly Reed.
Okay, that has been noted. Ms. Sheldon, can you verify whether you plan to call Ms. Reed?
Yes, Your Honor. We'll be
Meaning-
calling Ms. Reed.
Okay, so Mr. Reed, I acknowledge again your request. What we're going to do, like I said, is Ms. Sheldon's going to call Ms. Reed, and then you'll be able to ask her questions, and that should take care of it. I guess just so you know, and so the record's clear, if Ms. Sheldon, and I believe I already said this, but it doesn't, it's fine. If Ms. Sheldon wasn't going to call her client, because she doesn't have to, I was going to let you call her again, Mr. Reed, but I think this sort of takes care of it for our purposes. There's no need for you to call her now and then to have Ms. Sheldon call her again. But
Yes,
other
sir.
than Ms. Reed, Mr. Reed, do you have any further witnesses or exhibits?
Not at this time, no, sir.
Thank you. All right, so plaintiff rests at this time, and then Ms. Sheldon, I'll let you. I'm calling it reopen your case, because we like I said, most of this I said at the beginning, but it may be helpful to restate. Ms. Sheldon, you're first or next witness, please.
Miss Kelly Reed.
I'm here.
All right, 1 second. Ms. Reed, if you'd raise your right hand, please. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Ms. Sheldon.
I do too.
Thank you, Your Honor. State your name for the record.
Kelly Goggins Reed.
Key court cases.
Okay. And you are the mother of Harley and Hunter, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I know that you testified through the cross-examination and direct examination by the plaintiff in this case about 3 months ago. So it's a little bit hazy, I'm sure. But I wanted to ask you some questions about your relationship with Mr. Reed. You married in 2015, is that correct?
Correct.
And you resided in Texas at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
And were Mr. and Mrs. Shank living nearby or somewhere with you and Mr. Reed?
We actually built a house next to their house on the same property. They weren't home most of the time. So yeah, technically they resided beside us. But I believe he was doing hot shot and traveling at the time. So we only saw them here and there when they were.
Okay, y'all, what is hotshot traveling? That sounds like something I want to do. Yes, that is not a job I have on my resume, but I would absolutely want to be a hotshot traveler. Yeah, I'm a hotshot traveler, baby. Like, seriously, that sounds like a great. Is that something that I don't know? Am I gonna sound like an idiot? Probably. Y'all can explain.
Back in town.
Okay. Now, sometime in the relationship, there was domestic violence incident. When did that start?
They started within a month of marriage.
IKH. So there's like
There was
trucking. That's
much talk
cool,
about
but like,
the gun incident. Is that the incident that the police report, the exhibit, defendant's exhibit E? No, I'm sorry. That's not it. That would be C. Is that the incident?
okay, look at T-Rex trucking and more coming through. Also, guys, if you're not sub, T-Rex is great. T-Rex does lots of long streams when he's trucking around the US of A. Him and I were just hanging out in Houston at Matsuri. He is a cool guy. So you can sub to him, but he's just said, you know that there is something about running hot loads, which are loads that need to be there quickly outside of Department of Transportation trucking regulations. I bet those would pay a pretty penny. That's what I'll bet. KH, welcome. Thank you for being here. Also, I don't know if I said hi earlier to Wenlaw007. Thank you so much. You said freelance truckers or something, I believe. I think that's true as well. And Colin, definitely not Cromwell here. Thanks for saying hi, Colin. I hope your channel is going well. I know you had Sashina on last week. Oh, William, I sent you a personal text and you didn't show up until late, William. I'm so sad. Um, I will put T-Rex's channel. I'll put it on the channel. I'll get him to message it to me now and I'll put it in there. Just in a moment.
Yes.
And that was from about September 28, 2015. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at that time, were you pregnant?
Yes, I was. I was around 5 to 6 months pregnant at that time.
And what happened?
We laid down for bed that night. I don't remember what set him off. I don't recall a lot of the events that did happen. I was thrown onto the bed. I was held down. He tried to suffocate me with a pillow multiple times. I was able to get away, but he would stand in front of me. There were two different doors. There was one door to the outside, and then there was one door, obviously, into the inside of the rest of the house. So he would go back and forth between the doors, not letting me escape the room. I ended up punching my fist through a glass gun cabinet, severing my right arm to get a gun to get him away from me. I did pull the gun on him, gun jammed. He pulls out a shotgun. In that time, I was able to get out of the outside door and run to the camper that JT and Kathy were staying in. I beat on the door until they opened it, and I ran inside there thinking, hoping that they would help me. Blake comes in there.
What the fuck? Y'all, I am busy. Every time I start getting busy on my phone, pulling up things, because I know I need mods. I know I need mods. Ugh, it's just hard. It's something I have to do. I have to set up my mod mama, which is Donna. Mod mama Donna. Is she just saying that he tried to suffocate her, but then she literally nonchalantly said, I pulled a gun on him and it jammed. Like she pulled the trigger? Did somebody say severed right arm? Okay, we gotta go back and listen to this. Okay. Oh my god. Also, I love you guys.
I did pull the gun on him, gun jammed him away. I ended up I was thrown onto the bed. I was held down. He tried to suffocate me with a pillow multiple times. I was able to get away, but he would stand in front of me. There were two different doors. There was one door to the outside, and then there was one door, obviously, into the inside of the rest of the house. So he would go back and forth between the doors, not letting me escape the room. I ended up punching my fist through a glass gun cabinet, severing my right arm to get a gun to get him away from me. I did pull the gun on him, gun jammed. He pulls out a shotgun. In that time, I was able to get out of the outside door and run to the camper that JT and Kathy were staying in. I beat on the door until they opened it, and I ran inside there thinking, hoping that they would help me. Blake comes in there.
I'm gonna have to say I agree. I don't think she's using sever correctly. Ma'am, I do not believe that you severed your arm. What the F? Ah, I'm embarrassed to be on camera with these people. Never mind, like, them be on camera. I can understand why they're not on camera, but it's legit. Like, what is going on? And then zombie aliens came in and she shot them with a shotgun. 10 out of 10, William. Seriously, she's also just admitted that she tried to shoot pew pew him. Seriously, this is nuts. I hope CPS is involved, and I don't hope that very often. I really don't. I don't hope that when people have marijuana. I really don't hope that very often. But for goodness sakes, I'm dropping everything. But seriously, this might be a time when we need some people to check in on the kiddos. Okay? Jesus Christ. Also, why didn't she call 911? Again, if it does sound like a Walking Dead scenario. The trigger pulled if the gun is the PP is jammed, right? Oh no, KH. Sorry to hear that you cried twice, but you know what? Some days I cry. I cry a lot. Like, this is nuts. This is insane. Oh my gosh. I don't think YouTube data will shut me down, but if he does, please go ahead and sub to the channel so that I can find you again. Also, good night, Colin. Thank you for being here and checking by. Appreciate it. I know how hard of work it is to be a YouTuber, so I respect the hustle, my man.
I don't remember exactly what he said, but something along the lines is he was going to kill my other son. So I took the butt of the gun and hit him across the face with it. JT then took the gun from me, and JT ultimately called the police.
Okay.
Police came out. I had to call someone to get my son, did a statement with the police. Blake ran off, which is typical of him to do. And I was ultimately taken to the hospital by ambulance.
And what kind of injuries did you sustain?
Cuts, bruises.
What about your severed arm? Seriously, right?
I was under severe dehydration. I ended up staying in the hospital, I believe, 2 to 3 days before they released me.
With Blake, what happened to Mr. Reed?
He ran. The cops tried to get him. He ran. They could never find him. I believe that incident, they issued a warrant, and later came.
Oh, that got a belly laugh out of me, KH. You just... KH just said she should have picked up her severed arm and hit him with it.
To pick him up. I don't really recall what happened after I left the property.
And still, you stayed with him, is that correct?
Correct.
And why is that?
At that time, he had complete financial control. He had moved all my belongings into the house we were currently living in, even though I had my own. I really didn't have anywhere else to go.
Okay. Was there another incident around September 11th of 2016?
There were multiple instances, just several major.
1 second, Mr. Reed, did you have an objection?
Yeah, we've already went over this. This is went over last time we had a hearing. I mean, if we're going to repeat it all, that's fine. I was just letting you know it's already been gone over. She's already pulled the police report. She's already made statements.
Well, I don't dispute we've certainly gone over some of these issues, but it was 3 months ago. And the other issue is Ms. Reed is now being called on direct. She was called essentially, you called her as your witness, and now Ms. Sheldon is calling her as the witness. So this is Ms. Reed's opportunity to present her side of the case.
Okay.
That's the best way I could kind of explain it. But Ms. Sheldon, we don't need to go over everything we have already gone over, but obviously I'm going to give some leeway.
RLS, there was a I mean, my original channel was Kitchen Court Cases. And then I got demonetized, so I made Kitchen Court Chats. And somebody, I think it was over Ingredients and Mikey, I'm sure it was. It autocorrected to Kitchen Court Chads, and I just died laughing. And then Kay ever since has called me Chad, so I like it. You know, I respond to Chad, I respond to Paisley, I respond to Kitchen, you know, all the ones. All the ones.
Because for the reasons I just stated.
Thank you, Anna. So, Ms. Reed, you had multiple incidences that are contained in that exhibit C, is that correct?
Correct.
And addition to those incidents that were reported, domestic violence continued, is that correct?
Correct.
And I think we discussed some amount of domestic violence that were more recent years. But as to, since we heard Mr. Shanks talk about you not allowing any grandparents parenting time, what are some of the reasons that you have that you do not think that it would be in the best interest of the children to have contact with the grandparents?
First off, the chaos of this custody and divorce battle within itself. Second, I mean, they're enabling the bad behavior, and I don't need that in my life, nor the children's life, especially at a time like this. When Hunter was abducted, Kathy and JT were quick to make the trip to Michigan to care for Hunter. I would call and text and ask for pictures of Hunter, and I would just get replies that would say that they're not in charge of the phone calls to Hunter, that I needed to go through Blake and not them, when Hunter was actually staying with Kathy and JT at the time. Just that and a combination of emails, text messages never came through. I've changed my phone number 5 times in the past year due to harassment. I have gotten several emails. They started out pretty civil, but that was around August when I first left, and I figured just to leave them alone because of the chaos. But they continue to badmouth me, telling me they hope that the kids don't get screwed up living in an environment where there's no love, and her grandparents deserve better than me. That I'm a bitch like Joy, which is Blake's other child's mother. Just comparing me to different people in their life when I was doing the best to protect my kids.
Okay, thank you. So let's go to how the children are doing. And first of all, has Mr. Reed attempt to set up any parenting time through other agencies or through other means to see the children?
No, he hasn't.
So he hasn't seen the children since April of this year, is that correct?
Seen on video, April of this year. Seen in person would have been July for Hartley and October for Hunter.
Correct. And do you believe that you can co-parent safely with Mr. Reed?
I do not.
Can I just clarify real quick? Is that July of 22 or July of 23?
July of 2022.
For in
July
person?
29th to be exact. And then October 6th of 2022 was the last in-person visit. I don't know how you would say that with Hunter. That was the last time he saw either one of the children.
Thank you.
And Mr. Reed essentially had about 2 months of Zoom parenting time through Hereford Investigations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
As far as the children and how they're doing currently, would you update the court on how they're doing, where they're going to school?
Kids are doing great. They just started school Wednesday of last week. Hartley is in 1st grade and Hunter started pre-K. Hunter starting school has been pretty rough, considering his separation anxiety from me, for one, but two, he has a fear that the school is going to hurt him. So we've ran into a few obstacles there, but nonetheless, the teachers and I have sat down prior to school, just notifying them of the situation and what may present as far.
Fernando, stop knocking things over, please, sir. Oh, I laugh every time. It's chest hair. It's not an open heart surgery thing. Also, oh, that's my phone ringing. Okay.
As his behavior, but they update me every day with a note that basically says he's doing wonderful in school. It's just the initial drop off that we're having trouble with.
Okay. So the school has started already?
Yes, the school started on Wednesday of last week.
Okay.
I believe that was the 16th.
Okay. And Hartley's continuing to do well in school. She's enjoying school.
Yes, she enjoys school. She was excited to go back. She's eager to learn.
Okay. And you believe that you have the bond and affection with the children. How do you show your bond and affection?
Absolutely. I mean, I meet all their needs. It just depends. We have a set playtime every day. Trying to get back on routine. Obviously, summertime kind of messes that up somewhat. Trying to get back on routine with school going. We don't really get to play outside right now, considering it's about 115 degrees outside. But we sit down, we read, we do homework together, we do puzzles, we play. She's been trying to help me cook here lately, but that's kind of limited. But at least she's trying. She's a very good big sister. She's very protective of her little brother. Yeah, they're just growing.
And do you provide education and guidance to the children? Obviously, you're putting them to school. Any other religion or any other activities in the community?
No religion. There's not many activities in the community. I tried to get her into cheer camp and basketball camp over the summer. She ultimately decided that she didn't want to. Hunter doesn't quite qualify for any of the summertime activities, but he's wanting to play baseball. He did just turn 4 on July 19th. So now that he is 4, I can actually take him to the Child Advocacy Center and get him some counseling and therapy that he needs.
Okay. And you are the one who ensure that the children are fed, clothed, taken to the doctor, dental appointments. Is that correct?
Yes, I have them full-time 24/7.
And they've been residing with you. Hartley has been residing with you. I mean, obviously, you've been the primary caregiver all their lives. Is that right?
That's correct.
And they've lived in that environment ever since July 29, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you describe your house? I believe you talked about it a little bit before, but you continue to reside in the same home. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And are you currently seeking employment?
I am seeking employment. I was waiting for the children to start school because there is no daycare availability in my area. I planned on really hitting it hard, trying to find employment after our trial, which was supposed to start at the end of this week, but now has been pushed back. So until I can get court over with, there's really no way of me getting full-time employment other than just working for myself.
And what do you do?
I just do odd and end things, mainly cleaning houses.
Okay. And how much time do you spend doing that?
Here and there. Now that school has started, I've spent the past 3 days doing jobs. So now that they're in school, I can actually do them during the daytime without having to take my children with me.
And how much money do you make? How much is your income monthly?
That I'm not sure of yet.
Y'all sound like she can skin a butt. If she has an OnlyFans, she better not try and take the name Only Court Cases. Because that one's already taken.
Like I said, this is the most jobs and time that I've had to do with it, but it just varies job to job.
Okay. Um, okay. And you discussed your mental health previously, is that correct? And that you're taking medication for your depression, is that correct?
Correct. Before I was taking medication for depression. I have since been to the doctor multiple times. I have not taken any depression or anxiety medicine since I left the home in Michigan in July of last year.
Okay. So you do not need any medication at this time?
The only medication that I take is I take omeprazole every day for acid reflux, and then pain medicine as needed. Haven't taken it in months.
Oh, Melody.
But both are prescribed by my primary care doctor here in Texas.
And you take them as prescribed, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Regarding your relationship or communication with Mr. Reed, what are some of the attempts that you made to facilitate the relationship between Mr. Reed and the children?
To be completely honest, not much of any. He has shown that he has no interest in worrying about the kids, how they are, or what they're doing. As far as the Family Wizard app goes, the only messages that I get on there are harassment and have nothing to do with the children. And Family Wizard is the only communication that is between he and I. Now, even though he does.
Just a reminder to our Family Wizard that I would absolutely shill your product for you, which I've heard is a great parenting communication tool. But you're still not a sponsor, so it's not that great.
Doesn't ask about the kids, I will reply, "Oh, hey, by the way, your kids are good." So I can't. I guess I should, but I don't really offer information if he's not going to ask for it. Now I will. Let me take that back a minute. Hunter was put into the hospital several months ago. it turned into an ordeal where he had to be care flighted and put into ICU. So I did take it upon myself in that instance to get on Family Wizard to let him know that this is what is happening, and I would update him accordingly. Ultimately, I just got harassed because he didn't believe any of it, and I needed to show him proof of everything that was happening while I was sitting in ICU with a 3-year-old and a tube down his throat.
Okay.
Tooth down his throat? They took you in a helicopter for a tooth down the throat? That reminds me, remember I had to go to the hospital a couple years ago? No, a couple months ago, like on the last channel. Feels like years. Remember, I was hurting. I went to the hospital and that lady was there and she had swallowed an earring. Like a grown ass lady had swallowed an earring. It was so perplexing. He had a tube down his throat. Okay, that's much more serious. Yeah, intubation. Well, if she had said fucking intubation, I would know what she's talking about. I was not expecting her to say that. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, that's serious enough. Yeah. Take the helicopter then. Go for it. Take the helicopter.
And let's see. So there were some communication between you and Mr. Reed on Family Wizard regarding that medical incident. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I snorted a
Your
bead
Honor,
as
that
a
is
kid.
Exhibit L. And if I may,
Yes.
okay.
Was I supposed to get these exhibits?
Yes, they were all sent.
Okay.
And obviously, Mr. Reed would have the same information because this is between Mr. Reed and Miss Reed.
KLF, you swallowed your first tooth? Okay. I didn't need the double first there. You swallowed your first tooth? The lady in the hospital, first of all, I'll just tell the story quickly because she was a grown ass woman and I was so confused. Like so confused why she was so like why she was being brought in an ambulance. And then immediately I realized, oh, these are Americans. And no offense, y'all, but you know how you can tell. When a Canadian goes to a hospital, they don't ever, ever call to see if they can get into another hospital. They just don't because that's just not it. There's never going to be a doctor. If you're at the hospital, you're at the hospital. That's where you need to be. And these ladies, they arrived and they sat in front of me and she goes, to the like the paramedic, they're like, and what will the wait time be? And he's like looking at it like, whatever. And I have really good hearing. So I listened to him go over and tell the story about how this lady swallowed her earring. And then he comes back over and he goes, it'll be about 4 hours. And they were like aghast. They were like, oh, get on the phone. And so the other one, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning and they're calling people. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't know where you think you are, but you ain't waking up any doctors in this town that aren't already at this hospital. It's just not the way our medical system works. It's not how it works. So I don't like, to me, it's just absurd to call somebody in the middle of the night. And they got out of there before me. It wasn't 4 hours. It was like 2 hours. They tell you 4, they deliver in 2. That's how it goes. Just hilarious though, because you would never get, like, nobody would ever, you either sit there and you wait or you fucking leave. Those are your 2 options. But you're not calling somebody else in the waiting room like, hey, Dr. So-and-so, could you help me? No, Dr. So-and-so is not answering his phone. He don't get paid for that. He ain't answering. And that was the other thing. The other reason I knew they were Americans is because they asked what hospital they were at. Okay. And if you live here, you know what hospital you're at. There's two. You're at one or the other. It's just very obvious. There's either the Vic General Hospital or the Jubilee. Those are the two. And so again, like when they're like, the which? The Royal Jubilee Hospital? And I'm like, oh, these ladies are not from town. Which is fine. It's great, but I just laughed a little bit. We are all Americans, Artie. North American. Although I am an immigrant to Canada from Europe, I guess. I'm in Victoria, British Columbia, Canada, and I was born in Scotland, though, so I'm Scottish. I'm a first generation immigrant to Canada. I was just in Houston, Texas, though, which is why I'm saying y'all. Actually, I say y'all all the time because I enjoy it and I type it a lot.
Um,
Is a judge drinking Athletics Greens? New sponsor as well. But I'll drink your Athletic
okay,
Greens if you
that's
want.
something different. Um,
I don't have Larry. Where's Larry?
Can you see what's on the screen?
Yes, if I zoom in, I can.
Okay. I cannot see you for some reason. Usually I can, but I have this document here marked as Defendant's Exhibit L. Now, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
April 28th, it was 4:40 a.m. Hunter had just been care flighted from one hospital to another. We had just arrived and got him stable. So I sat down to write this. At that time, I just kind of knew what they were treating him for, but also offered to update him with any new information that was to come in.
Okay. And this is the Family Wizard app messages that the app that you used, and is it a printout of that messages?
Yes, it's actually, I believe, a PDF file that you can go in and.
KH, I think there's a little difference between the Canadian healthcare system and the American healthcare system in the sense that it might be DMV or government bureaucrats that run the billing system or the administrative system, but we absolutely have boss, world-class medical professionals. I'm not going to ever discount that. They are absolutely world-class, excellently trained. They are unfortunately confined to a system in Canada that's a little bit different, but we have great healthcare. The point is that if you go to the hospital any time of day or night, you will be treated on a triaged basis. So they're going to assess you, and if you need to be seen right away, you'll be seen right away. Like when I arrived at the hospital that night, they gave me an EKG like before I even sat down. They were like, "Okay, come and get this." Like, and then I got I think an ultrasound and an X-ray that night, all within hours. And none of that cost me any money. No money whatsoever. Nobody asked for it. It was never a question. But if it was something regular, like me getting a regular doctor or a psychiatrist to help with my ADHD, something like that, it's not going to happen. I don't have a regular doctor. I don't. But I do have the ability to get emergent health care that is good quality there. Um, you know, and I do trust the healthcare people, and I also do um trust. Yeah, it's called taxes, except y'all pay taxes too, but y'all don't get no health care for it. We pay taxes too, and our roads aren't that much better. You know what I mean, T-Rex? Like, I I think it's a worthwhile tax, believe me. And it's not like it's on its own line item. However, there are downsides to that system. I don't have healthcare coverage that covers medical, like, sorry, drugs. So I pay full price for drugs. That seems weird to a lot of people about Canada. They're like, really? Because I thought you had a public healthcare system. We do. So if I go to the hospital in an emergency and need drugs, they're going to give me my dose that I need at the hospital, and they might write me a note or a prescription for the next um, prescription, but it's my responsibility to pay for that. There. Oh, medicine. Yeah, okay. Damn it. See, I don't even think about these things for YouTube Dad. What about for chemo medications? Like, for instance, Nana had cancer. Am I allowed to say that word? Nana had cancer and everything was covered. Every drug she took, every treatment she had, every bit, every time in the hospital, it didn't cost anything. Um, yeah. If you're an American and you are like already you've just said confession, as an American, you might feel hesitant about getting healthcare in any other country. If your hesitancy is based on the quality of that healthcare, I wouldn't worry about that if you're in basically a first world nation. I mean, we have absolutely world-class doctors. Um, if you're talking about the cost, I have no clue what it'll cost, but I imagine it might be expensive if you aren't part of our system. So yeah, I mean the cost might be prohibitive, but the quality, I would never say don't go. We have great doctors. I know somebody, a child who same age as my daughter, was diagnosed with, she had a brain tumor, and they flew her immediately from the one hospital to the children's hospital. Everything was covered in that case. Again, if you have a job and you have a healthcare plan, most people don't pay for meds. When I used to work for the government, my cost of medications was very low. But if you don't have a job, you're on the public insurance plan, and you have to be careful with that. Again, I could probably do some paperwork and get it a little bit cheaper, but yeah. Elvis, I'll say that that might be true, but I also had my best friend in high school who um her mom was a doctor who became a doctor in the United States and came to Canada because she was uh reluctant to be within a system where she was not able to treat everybody with what she needed to treat them as. And I don't know if it was any better when she came to Canada, to be honest, because we still have restrictions like that. But what I would say is that we are very good at emergent healthcare. My daughter, for example, had her appendix taken out last year. It ruptured while we were at the hospital. Um, Again, just excellent care and never a question about the cost. Never once. Like, it was just not even on my mind. I was able to just be in the hospital with her. We didn't need to worry, like children, you don't need to worry about any of that. Like, all hospital stays are going to be covered. And she did great, recovered really well, and was in the hospital for maybe like 3 or 4 days. But still, again, no cost of that to us. Um, I know that that could actually like screw some people over if your child maybe just had a random, you know, uh, appendicitis. Like, that might actually set your family back like money. That's shocking to me in a way. But on the other hand, yeah, I don't have a doctor. So that's a problem. Like, I'm not immune to those thoughts and those realities of the system. In fact, I've worked in the government in different departments, and I understand that there is a way that we could do this better, but they choose not to do it. That's That's it. Now, I guess that's the truth. Yeah, if it's $5 a week or $10 a week, or $10 a month that you pay towards your hospital bill, they'll sort of just leave you alone and let you chip away at it. And maybe that's okay. Maybe that is okay. I don't know. I don't know. Just rack up this giant bill and then die, I guess, later. Like, I don't know. I mean, I look at it's hard. I think student loans shouldn't do the same thing either. I think we should be giving doctors free student loans to get more doctors and teachers too. Why the fuck would we be charging people to be teachers? That's absolutely ridiculous. Joking? They're already taking on enough. We don't need to be charging them. Make them go to school for 6 years or 8 years, but pay for it. Make them like great teachers. Imagine that. I know I sound crazy, but seriously, that's a good idea.
And it scrunches all the messages together on Family Wizard so that you can share it with the court, your attorneys, people who would need these messages.
Okay. And this is the account that you and Mr. Reed set up so that you be connected through this app. Is that correct?
Correct. This app did not work between us for quite some time. I took it upon myself to reach out to the company to ask why we weren't able to see each other's messages, and they fixed the issue. I believe that was right after our last court hearing that I reached out to them.
Okay. And this is the fair and accurate representation of the PDF that you obtained from the app. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move to admit the defendant.
Loud Elvis, you just wrote the funniest comment. You ran up a giant medical bill when you had that horse dong installed, but it was worth it. I bet that's paying dividends, Elvis. I'll just say this last thing before we continue on with this. One of the things that I believe would be a good add to the Canadian system is indeed a dual pay system. People that are willing and able to pay for medical service should be able to do that within Canada. Doctors should be able to operate those private medical places in Canada, even if maybe they need to regulate. If you run a private medical practice, you have to also give this many public hours. Like that might be a good way to balance that out. But I do believe that allowing people to access a private medical system that is safe, regulated, and within their reach because they have the money would actually relieve the public medical system in a big way. And that's just proven by the number of Canadians that do travel medical procedures. They leave the country for a medical procedure. Either they go to Mexico for a tan and scan, they go to the United States for dental work or for regular medical work. And I think a dual pay system where, again, because what I know of rich people is they're willing to pay money when they need to get access to things. So let them do that. But again, if you're worried about all the doctors leaving, which they already are, hence I can't have a doctor, then, you got to change the system a little bit. Again, I'm British by birth. So, and also I'm valuable to the system. I have O negative blood, which is like super rare apparently. And if they would give me my medication for free, I'd give them blood every month. I think that's a fair deal. I think that would be a fair deal.
Exhibit L.
Mr. Reed, any objection?
No, sir.
Thank you. Exhibit L is admitted.
Thank you.
Yes, you can, man. You can get Tylenol with codeine over the counter. You just have to ask. You can say, I think Tylenol 1, they call it Tylenol 2, and then Tylenol 3 you need to get from a doctor. But absolutely, like I buy that from the over the counter at the pharmacy. And it is good to have. I mean, codeine is great. It dries out nasal stuff. It is helpful. But yeah, you can buy that in I thought you could buy that in the States, codeine on its own. Like that I thought that was scissor. I thought that's what scissor was, the drink, like a codeine syrup. No, my British accent. I don't have a good British accent. I have a good Scottish accent. Um, Precaution meds in Canada much cheaper than in the US. What do you mean by precaution? Do you mean birth control or do you mean preventative meds as in, well, I wouldn't actually just elaborate RLS because I'm not sure what you would mean. Um, any prescription is cheaper than what I think you all pay in the States because we sort of have these like giant prescription meds. So, does anybody have a Ritalin prescription? That's what I know every month, so I can tell you what that would cost. Um, Generic medications are low. Um, they're very good about letting you swap between them. But again, I probably could do some paperwork and get my like I probably qualify for disability in Canada because of my ADHD diagnosis. So $50 after insurance, Sashina. Without insurance in Canada, a month of Ritalin would be $85. $85. Um, and that would be for a month at a pretty high dose. I'll say that. You'd have probably like 80 milligrams a day of Ritalin for 30 days for $85. And that is going to be including your dispensing fee. So in Canada, you get charged a dispensing fee at the pharmacy each time they dispense medication. So it makes sense to do them all at once because they only charge you that one time. So at certain pharmacies that can be like $8 and then certain pharmacies that can be like $15.95. So yeah, it can be quite expensive, but you want to get your one sort of dispensing fee in. Also, like I used to get 3 months prescription at a time, and because it costs less money. If they give it to you once every 3 months versus once every month, you literally just don't pay the dispensing fee. Um, I think on average that prescription medications are cheaper because our government does have regulations in terms of um, just the negotiation power, basically, of pharmaceutical companies. It's just not as broad here um, because the main payer for all of those drugs is the government. And so they have a vested interest in lowering the cost of all of those. And they also have a pretty broad buying power. Not to mention, Canada's a great country in many different ways. We have a lot of um, really smart people. We have a great technology sector. We also have some ability to produce medications, which we found out during COVID. Uh, but you know, I think part of what we deal with is that there is um a drain on our medical services to the US. It's hard to deny a doctor, somebody, or even a nurse who have worked very hard to learn the skills that they need to learn, and then they don't feel well compensated or paid. I don't blame them. It's another reason we have a big problem in Canada is because we have unrealistic testing regulations on new immigrants to Canada. So while we may have people that come to Canada from any number of countries that are qualified medical professionals that would be happy and willing to fill in voids in our medical system, those people end up being janitors, cleaners, convenience store staff, because their credentials are not transferable mostly in Canada. And it is cost prohibitive to go back to medical school from the beginning here. So a lot of people, even though they may have immigrated on that status, still can't be. And these are not illegal immigrants. These are absolutely legal immigrants that have come through with absolute credentials. But we have an unrealistic system here where they don't allow people to be basically like, even I think Americans might be different, but even in like other first world countries, your credentials are not necessarily transferable to Canada. You may not be able to come here. True, Sashina, people aren't illegal. Governments make them illegal or their status in a country illegal. Well, Larry's throwing knives. What I'm talking about specifically is legal or, see, we refer to it like that, but immigration, like I'm an immigrant. We've talked about this many times before. Here we go. Look, I'll show you. This is my certificate of Canadian citizenship. That's when I came to Canada, when I was a wee babby. And that's literally the picture on my thing. If you can see. That's it, Canada citizenship. And so I'm a first generation immigrant to Canada. Luckily, I learned all my stuff here. But we have a very weird system for dealing with people that come to Canada as professionals. It's odd. I mean, we don't even have the ability to like retest them, that we make them go through different things. Well, Sashina, the reason I say illegal is because we do have immigration, or sorry, what would we call that then? Refugees. No, not necessarily, because we take in legal refugees as well. We have people that use alternative channels to access the country, as opposed to utilizing the standardly available channels. We had a big problem last winter in Manitoba of people coming through the United States, being dropped off at the Canadian border, and actually dying walking through Canada. Completely heartbreaking. I don't know why. Part of it was because of some political policy about, transit nations and where people could declare for refugee status. And unfortunately, for some reason, people were told like Canada is a good place to go, and they really didn't understand. And here's the thing, like when you come to Canada, like even as an illegal immigrant, and I hate the term, but I hear it, we're saying it. Are you really, Donna? That's amazing. But if they found police when they got across the border, those police would not punish them by sending them back. They would take them to an immigration status center or a refugee center, a warming center, to make sure that they're safe. And it's heartbreaking that people fall for this promise of, oh, it's a short walk into Canada. Like there was a full family, a baby and parents. It's the middle of winter in Canada. I mean, you can't do that. I'm not worried about the people trying to get in. I'm worried about the people driving them to the border. Those are people I want to be arresting. That's not cool. Like, I'm not against people coming here. And if you got here, man, you got here. That's pretty good. But, you know, yeah, it is hard. But again, I also recognize the fact that as a white woman from Britain, because that's what I am, pretty simple for me to get across the border, even as a wee babby. But even still, like, there's my privilege showing again. That's my NERAC or my Karen privilege. Like, I'm very lucky that that is who I am and that is what I was able to do. Not everybody has that opportunity. And so it's one thing for me to talk about being an immigrant, but in reality, my immigration story is so vastly different than a lot of people's, and I still feel for them. Um, Nana will complain though that she can't order pizza because of her Scottish accent. But that just means I've been ordering pizza for my whole life instead of Nana doing it with her Scottish accent. Um, Last thing I'll say on that is that Canada requires immigration to keep our population growing. Um, we don't have enough uh, we don't have enough birth rate for that to handle itself. And so immigration is literally the only way that Canada can grow its population as we grow. And so it is something that we have to embrace and work on in a good way. And one of those ways would be valuing people that are educated coming from another country, testing them objectively to make sure that they are qualified. But again, back to the medical thing, we could be utilizing a lot of people that have actual. Oh yeah, so Courtney, that's so true. You can absolutely. I mean, I could literally tell you how you can buy Canadian citizenship, um, but you can buy the citizenship, but you can't work here without Canadian credentials. Basically, you have to have those or be hired by a Canadian or a foreign country to work here. Um, yeah. Anyways, as I've ranted on and on and on and on and on and on, let's continue. Oh, God.
Ms. Reed, do you believe it is in the best interest of of both the children to have the parenting time for Mr. Reed be supervised by a certified supervising agency?
Yes, I do.
And why do you feel that way?
I feel that the supervision is needed to monitor the conversation and the interrogation from him to the children. We were made very aware of that during his phone visitations that he actually attended, but also just for the safety of the children.
Do you believe that there is reasonable likelihood of abuse or neglect of the child during parenting time?
I don't believe that there would be physical abuse. Now, mental and emotional is very likely.
I object. Speculation. Come on now.
You're objecting to her saying that there wouldn't be physical abuse?
I'm objecting to her with her speculation of saying that there would, as she started to speak of mental, whatever she could come up with to say, her speculation of mental abuse or whatever she was going with. She hasn't communicated with me in almost a year and she's going to speculate.
Ms. Sheldon, I'll let you respond.
Your Honor, it is my client's position and experience, and she can base her opinion on the experiences she had during that supervised parenting time.
I think that she can base this opinion on what she's observing with the minors. We've sort of gone through a foundation of how much contact she has with the minors. Sir, you are going to have the opportunity to ask her questions, so you can ask her about why she thinks that and cross-examine her on that opinion.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah,
Ms.
sorry.
Reed?
Yeah, that's my ruling. Yep.
Ms. Reed, why do you feel that there will be mental and emotional abuse of the children?
Not only has Lydia from Hereford Investigations testified the same story, but in particular, what I can recall, the last phone visit that he had with the children were talking about playing with a donkey with a man named Steve. Now, Steve is family of mine. But all Mr. Reed
What?
could
The whole
talk about
time,
was
what?
how their mother is a whore and she has another man around. So ultimately, I ended the phone call.
What the fuck is going on? Hold on. Okay, we gotta back this up. What? What? Folks, we've talked about this before. We're gonna talk about it one more time. You can hate your ex-spouse. You can hate so much that you don't want them to be in your life, whatever. But it is your responsibility as an adult to not inject that into the mind of your child. I don't care how hard that is. As an adult, this is it, you know? Jody, what's up? I'm live right now. What do you need help with, girl? Is everything okay? Does Jody know we're live? Can somebody write to her and tell her we're live?
From Hereford.
Children.
Not only has Lydia from Hereford Investigations testified the same story, but in particular, what I can recall, the last phone visit that he had with the children were talking about playing with a donkey with a man named Steve. Now, Steve is family of mine. But all Mr. Reed could talk about was how their mother is a whore and she has another man around. So ultimately, I ended the phone call, and within 10 minutes, I had the police department knocking on my door. But I did not think it was in the best interest of my kids to be interrogated.
Okay, ma'am, you need to let the children be seen by the police. Oh, Jody. Well, we are here. We're going to be here for a little while. So talk in the chat, my friend, and we are here. This is an odd story. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Like, what? The donkey, a conversation with Steve that calls her a whore. I don't know that the donkey needs to be included. What part of that was required to us? I'm really not sure. But here's the thing. If the police come to your door and you have children that you share custody with somebody else, please bring the children to the outside of the door. Allow them to speak with the police officer. That is absolutely the right thing to do. I really don't care. There's no situation where that isn't the right thing to do. Children are not going to be interrogated the way that you think they are. They're there for a welfare check. They're not there to fucking arrest you. Okay? So just literally, I did too, COSGS. Like I was literally, I was away from the screen for a minute. I had walked away. I'm listening to this and I'm going, donkey, Steve, running back over, like worried about what was about to get on the screen. Oh man, I, you know, it's tough. And yes, Jody, we're here for you, friend. Please let us know if we can do anything. Um, Life be tough sometimes. I just realized I just thinking hostage on bunch of shit. Okay, whatever. Let's just continue.
Or listening to him call their mother a whore and trying trying to get anything and everything they could out of the children so that he could figure out what I'm doing in my life.
Baby
It-
Boo
it-
Bell
like,
tomorrow.
The children were a middleman for his information.
And search for spot. Even if they come to the gate without a search warrant, but for a welfare check on children, I would urge you as a non-legal person, representative, all you don't know, to take the children to the gate. Like, it's never in the best interest of the children to withhold them, especially if the police are there to inspect their welfare, basically. It just doesn't work out well. Like, her story sounded fine. Like, literally, if her story was he called me a whore and was talking about donkeys and shit, and then I hung up on him and he called the police came, they saw the kids, everything was fine, he would be in the wrong. Like, it would be 100% his problem. But what I'm hearing right now is that she may not have made the children available for the police to find out about them, and that's a problem. Lisa B, also sending you positive thoughts and prayers for your younger brother, Tim. Also, I'll message you about some Rick Simpson oil for that too. Yeah, thoughts for everybody that's going through a hard time today. Maybe that's why we needed such a long stream, so that we can all be here today for a while together. Because that's what we doing.
So since you've had custody of the children in Texas with Hartley and Hunter, did Mr. Reed express any interest in sending them gifts?
No, he has not. He himself has not sent anything, including Hunter's blanket that was asked for in the October court hearing. Now I've asked him, I didn't even ask him. I sent him a message on Family Wizard in July, or might have been about the end of June, stating what the kids would like for their birthday. That way it would give him a list of things. So if he wanted to take it upon himself to purchase them something and send it to them, he could. I did not ask for money. I just.
Okay, but sending him a list of items to purchase is just as good as asking for money. And I get that that might be the most, like, realistic or sensible way of asking for that. Unfortunately, once you have split up as parents and you're co-parenting but not successfully, Mom, it's not your job anymore. Dad gets to pick. He gets to pick what he buys them for gifts. He gets to pick if he doesn't buy them a gift. And if he doesn't, that's him. If you were successful co-parents together, it would be 1,000% different. And sharing that information and working on that together would have been different. But again, it's so difficult because at some point when you don't have a successful co-parent relationship, what you have is any request, any sort of even statement of want or need, even on behalf of the children made in good faith, oftentimes comes across as an ask or a get. Agree in a way, if he's a deadbeat. I don't know what he's paying for child support. I do know that she already admitted to pulling a pew-pew on him, pulling the trigger, which jammed. And then I believe that she admitted to pistol whipping him in the face. I'm sure that'll get flagged. Yeah. Like, I'm not excusing him, but I'm also like, that ain't cool. That's just not on level. It's just not. And remember, she did all that with her good arm, Artie, because she severed her arm. Supposedly. She severed her arm. I would want pictures of that. Why didn't anybody zoom in on that, right?
just said, you know, hey, if you want to send the kids some presents, this is what they are wanting.
Mikey, I will give you a brief overview of this case. Pro se dad versus mom. Mom already admitted to punching a gun case with her hand, severing her arm, and getting a gun at pew pew out, pew pewing the guy, but it didn't go through because it jammed, and then smashing him in the face with the butt of the gun. What am I missing? Oh, the donkey. Then there was a donkey where she said that they were hanging out with a donkey and a guy named Steve who was calling her a whore all the time. And we're not even halfway through. So I don't know. Also, thank you for being here, Mikey. Another channel. See, I told you guys this is sort of where the creators hang out a little bit. Happens all the time, Artie. I think the donkey was irrelevant. I really don't know. And also, I told you guys I was off screen. I heard donkey and guy named Steve, and I literally came running. I was like, oh my God. RLS says I'd pistol whip him too for severing my damn arm. She just glazed right over that. Like, oh, he severed my arm. Jody, you can't give up. You're not allowed. I'm sorry. You're just not. You have too many of us. Maybe the guy named Steve was a donkey. That's a good thought.
He has not sent anything. No birthday, no Valentine's Day, no Christmas, nothing.
Hold on.
Did you send
Valentine's
any
Day, you said
cards?
kid stuff. I do send my daughter stuff.
No
Valentine's Day, but-
cards, no gifts. A matter of fact, in the end of June to July for the birthday messages, he said that that's what his child support is for.
And
We're
do
Bruce and
you
T-Rex doing.
fear that there is any kind of threat or actual potential detention or abduction of the children to intend to retain or conceal the children from you, from Mr. Reed?
Yes, thank you for the reminder, kt988lifeline.org, or I believe you can text 988 from your phone in the United States if you're having a hard time. You can also talk to us here. Raiden's got the zoomies, KLF is telling us. But that number is there too, 988lifeline.org. Another good number for people to know. All of us need to know that number, not only just for us, but for other people when they might be in a bad way. That way you guys can remember too. We got to remove the stigma from that kind of thing and just help people as we go. So, Jody, I love you too. Thank you for being here. Hang out as long as you want. We're going to be here a while tonight. But also remember that. Write that number down just in case, because they 24 hours. Yes, Steve the Donkey, Mikey. That's exactly right. Also, guys, who's going to Mikey's meetup in Orlando at the end of September? It's going to be exciting. I heard it's at City Walk, the restaurant. WOK. I'm just joking. It's not.
I object. I mean,
What's
how
the-
could she? Thought.
What'd you say? I'm sorry. I think I cut you off.
I said I object. How could she prevent that if that's something I wanted to do? I mean, I realize her lawyer's trying to lead her, but how could she prevent that with a piece of paper, or how could she prevent it? That's something I actually wanted to do, other than what they were trying to fab together.
Well, that's not really the question. And to be fair, the language that Ms. Sheldon is using is the exact language from the statute for parenting time when a court evaluates the appropriate parenting time. So that's just language that it's legal language. But you can ask her about the preventing. I'm not sure that was.
Ouch. What a fucking burn. He's like, that's legal language, bro. You ain't no lawyer.
Part of what the question was, but if you're talking about the language used, I don't believe it's leading because it's it's the exact language from the statute.
September
In other
Could you
26th.
repeat that question for me?
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I'm asking, Ms. Reed, if you believe that there is any potential threat of detention of the children with the intent to retain or conceal the children from you by Mr. Reed.
Absolutely. And I can add on to that I've had several messages that state that no piece of paper will prevent him from getting his children, and that if they see him outside, they would be happy to come up to him, and that the police department could not do anything about it. So not only do I believe that a supervising agency would be in the best interest of the children, but even leaving those agencies, I believe, will pose a threat to mine and the children's safety on trying to leave the premises.
And you are asking to have some safeguards if the court were to allow in-person visits supervised by an agency. And what are some of the safeguards that you need?
Depending on the location would depend on the safeguards that I needed. When we left the courthouse in October there in Grand Traverse, I was in the courtroom until 6:30 p.m. because they could not secure the location of the car for me and Hunter to get into the car. Ultimately, I was taken to the county line with the assistance from the sheriff's department to ensure that I was not followed. So with that being said, a supervising agency I would ask that they gave me a 15 to 20 minute window to leave while detaining him at that location. Therefore, he could not follow me.
And are you asking that a certain amount of miles radius travel time between the location of the potential parenting time to occur?
Correct. In the town that I live in, much less the county, there are no supervising agencies. The closest supervising agency would have been Hereford Investigations, which he is no longer allowed to use. So I've stretched the radius of my hometown to 40 miles for a supervising agency. So I would be willing to travel up to the 40 miles to let him exercise his in-person parenting time. If he chose to exercise that.
Okay. So you are not asking for any change. You're requesting that the court order continued custody order of sole legal and sole physical custody to you. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're requesting that the parenting time be modified to allow Mr. Reed to obtain a location or so a supervising agency that is within 40-mile radius of your address. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that continued Zoom parenting time weekly for 20 minutes and once a month in-person parenting time for, I believe, I don't recall how long the
I believe it
in-person
was-
supposed to be. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I lost train of thought. I think it was for an hour, or was it 3 hours for total on the weekend? I'm not sure what the original order had stated.
Okay. So your request is to just simply follow the order, except that super,
Yeah, she rolled and so did I. Because I saw Labradoodle in the chat and my little Bluebell, who's not mine, it's my sister's, is a Labernese. So she's a Bernese mountain dog and a lab, and she's the best little girl in the world. I saw her today. I didn't take a picture, but I saw her.
supervising agency obviously has to be changed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Are you requesting any change in the child support?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Whoa, that's big, you guys. Did she just say she's not requesting any change in the child support? What the fuck is this about then? Just him not seeing her? Seeing the kids? Is that it? Jesus Christ. I should pay more attention.
It will be, I'm reading the order. It will be 1 weekend per month on Saturday and Sunday for 3 hours. And that given that you are, Defend a Mother is provided with 7-day notice by the Our Family Wizard app.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Melon's like, yeah, honey, I should come with you.
Is there anything else that you would like the court to know regarding the custody and parenting time issue?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Reed, so do you have any questions for this witness, or in other words, any cross-examination?
I do.
Okay.
How you doing, Miss Reed?
Great.
Hey, how do you support your children?
What do you mean by support my children?
With money and this booty? Like, what the fuck kind of question? I guess that's a fair. I don't know. Seriously, Hayden, Melanie, email me. Maybe I can make my trip early. I'm hoping to stay for 2 weeks.
You know, most people go to work, they have a job, they support their children, they pay for the roof above their head, utilities, clothes, food, etc. You know, all the financial responsibilities a parent takes on when they become a parent.
I seem to be getting by just fine.
Okay. How do you financially support your children?
I rely on my family to help me until I get through these times.
Times.
Take-
That's
take
fine.
What do you want her to say? Like, I whore myself out for money. Like, she's taking care of them. He ain't sending her shit. And he didn't send her anything for fucking Christmas or birthdays. Sorry. I hate it. I do hate it. Like, I think it's inappropriate for people to be physically mean to each other, physically, like, assaultive to each other, unless that's their kink and there's pre-approval and consent and they're above 18. But, like, I think what pisses me off, nah, maybe not more, but almost on the same level is people that don't pay their child support. Like, that's a problem. Oh, Lisa, you're so sweet. This is actually a onesie. We already talked about it. I had to climb up here to show it, but it is a onesie. Oh my goodness. That was almost getting me shut down off YouTube again. For fuck's sakes.
To get through these times, who did you rely on to support your oldest son?
What do you mean?
Who put a roof over your oldest son's head?
His caretaker?
His caretaker? So since he was
Yeah.
born, his caretaker put a roof over his head, correct?
His mother put a roof over his head.
Okay. Did you pay rent, a mortgage, anything like that?
I don't believe it's relevant.
it's relevant on your financial ability to be a parent.
I maintain
Your
the full.
Honor, objection. It is not relevant as to what Mr. Reed wants to talk about, the first child, first son. I think we're talking about the minor children between the two parties.
I believe your client brought up a child that wasn't in this marriage.
Well, it's been, that has been discussed. Both today. Although today was just an alleged threat against a child by you, sir. I don't know. We did discuss it on May 23rd. I mean, I've seen that in my notes. I don't know that we need to go
That's
too
fine. That's
deep
fair.
into it. Yeah, we should keep it to the minors at issue here.
So, on parenting time,
And this is just, again, I've said this probably 47 times today. Hire a fucking lawyer when you need a lawyer. This doesn't come across well. This is exactly what happened in the Michael McDonald case. I think when he represented himself and then he was the one questioning his ex-wife, that feels icky. That's yucky. There's a reason we have lawyers to prevent that. Hi, Tin Man. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're having a long one tonight, so buckle on in. Name your strain, do all the things. It's almost, oh shit, it's been even more. Take your meds if you need to take your meds, all that kind of stuff.
Kelly, you're okay with driving 40 miles with no job, but me having a job, you want me to drive 1,200, correct?
I'm not wanting you to do anything but exercise your time as a parent.
Well,
And I believe that I can make the sacrifices that I need to make sure that my children are allowed to see you. And I have to show that
your
I'm
children?
our children.
Okay, thank
I
you.
apologize for that one. That that I'm willing to co-parent or attempt to co-parent, even though you make it impossible.
Okay, great. So,
Bro, like, you can't do all this. This is tough because even if he has good points, they don't come across well. It hits different when he's asking the questions or he's putting in those little interjections, which we all know lawyers are not supposed to do. And he absolutely is not supposed to do his little interjection comment there. Oh, okay. Yeah. See, that's Kay. Again, guys, Kay has a great channel. I've linked it on my channels to sub to. I think I called it Bebe's. But Kay saying the last case that she did was cruelty to children, and the parents were pro se questioning their 10 children. That sounds like its own criminal offense to me. I know it's not, but in reality, it's frustrating. That is frustrating. I have one child. I worry about being a good parent to her. And we all know I don't like to bring children into court. I cover them up with Larry Beaver. We got things for that. We don't bring children into adult issues. It's just the glory we can give a child. When you think about your childhood, I think some people didn't have good childhoods, and I'm so sorry about that. But some kids do, and they really don't worry. They don't live in unhappiness and fear and sadness. They have a lovely childhood, and it doesn't matter how many kids are in that family necessarily. I'm not saying as a big family you can't have that. What I'm saying is that there is a way for children to have a nice childhood. So Canadian all the time, T-Rex, yeah. But seriously, like there is a way for that, and I think that a lot of people, and unfortunately maybe we have a higher percentage than normal here just because of the subject matter, all those things. Night, Dana. But the fact that people here maybe didn't have the best childhood, all of us. We all didn't, and that's okay. But sometimes learning about your childhood toxicity, you realize, oh, there are other people with healthy sort of childhoods out there. And this is not healthy. Whatever is happening between these two parents is not healthy, unfortunately. They need a co-parenting coach. They need some hands-on support here to get this back on track because it is fucking off the rails. They're using Our Family Wizard, pulling people, like having him talk about whores on Our Family Wizard. That to me is just like a simple done. But again, anyways, I'm the oldest of 4 sisters and I have a daughter. It's just sort of it. Oh, Lisa, I'm sorry to hear that. You know,
Do you have a job right now?
I'm self-employed.
You're self-employed. What would you say you make?
Like Miss Sheldon asked me, I'm not very sure right now.
I mean,
I
what
was
have you
just
made? You said you just
work.
worked 3. What did you make in the last 3 days?
I'm not sure. Haven't got the money from.
in the last 3 days, bitch, nothing. Not yet. We ain't got paid for that. I'm one of 4 daughters, so there's 4 daughters, and then I have a daughter, so he has a grand.
2 of the jobs. So
So basically you just do work and then they tell you what you're worth?
I do what work I need to do to make sure that my kids and my family are taken care of. So I'll do as much work as I possibly need to do to make sure we have the things that we need.
Do you know any single parents?
Yes, I do.
And do they carry full-time jobs to support their children?
Some do, some don't.
Okay. You stated previously that my parents had never tried to reach out to you to have communication with the kids whatsoever, correct?
No, I did not.
That was on your previous statement that my mother has never reached out to you to talk to the kids.
That was not on my previous statement because I actually quoted things that she has sent to me.
I'm talking the previous court date. Maybe you forgot the previous.
You're trying to impeach her. What you need to do is ask the judge if you can pull up the transcript from the previous hearing so that you can impeach the witness with their previous statement. But you don't know how to do that because you're not a lawyer and you don't watch a lot of LawTube, I guess. I don't know why I know how to do that, but that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to impeach her with her own words. This is difficult. I feel bad once again. And the lawyer should just object, I guess, to this. But what do you object? You just object that he's being shitty? Like, objection, Your Honor, shittiness? Objection, he sucks? Like, you can't wait until he asks the wrong question. He's just beating around the wrong bush to get to the wrong question.
Time that we had the first part of this hearing, you stated my mother, Kathy Shanks, had never tried to reach out to you about seeing the children. That was your statement.
I was asked if she had ever sent me phone calls or text messages. No, I have not received any of those. Like I also said, I had to change my number 5 times due to harassment from you.
Due to harassment. Okay. What's your email address? Is it the one that you used for the Jeep or the one you've had for all this time?
Your Honor, this is irrelevant.
No, I'm trying to prove.
Well, here's how I'll settle. I'm okay with him having that information. I'm not going to put it on YouTube. So if he, I think he asked it appropriately, which was where I don't think he's asking her to state it. He said it was it on the Jeep or on the I missed the second part because there was an objection. So, sir, I'll ask it this way, ma'am, do you know what Mr. Reed is talking about when he's saying giving you options for your email address?
I do not. He is aware of my email address. It is forwarded through.
Okay, I do believe you. I do believe you. I'm gonna let it play because I love you and I believe you that they won't say it. But damn, did you see my face? I'm like ready to fucking block this lady's email address. I'm like, I don't need that out here. Please.
through my attorney. He's aware of my email address.
Okay, Mr. Reed, do you have her email address?
That's what I'm asking. If it's TXBIG.
Don't put it on the record, I said.
Oh, I apologize.
Well,
I didn't finish. So is that the email address we're referring to?
Yes.
okay. So is that helpful, Mr. Reed?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to be able to prove for future reports that is on record, and she did receive those emails. Do you pay child support on your first son, Kelly?
No, I do not.
Were you ordered to pay child support?
At one time I was.
When did that stop?
I'm not sure of the date. It was taken care of. Now my son lives with me full time.
Your Honor, objection. This issue has been.
Ma'am, she already answered the question. Yeah, objection is late. Also, thank you, Kay, and you guys for helping me with that. I get so nervous with people getting doxxed on the internet because a lot of judges are not as good at that as Judge Hagan is. He is a magician, right? Professor Law. So it makes sense that he knows, but legit though. Also, if you guys are just getting here, there's like 32 of you here. If you could like the video, make sure you subscribe to the new channel. It's a very, very helpful, free way for you to help me out. I appreciate it very much. We are watching this divorce custody hearing from Michigan with one of our favorite judges, Judge Surfer Dude Lockhart Hagan. I gotta make a background story for him like I did with Judge Nagel.
Asked and answered when Mr. Reed called my client.
Well, to be fair, I said I'd give some leeway both ways, and we were just addressing child support, and I don't, maybe I assume Mr. Reed is trying to get in finances because we have been talking about child support. So I'll overrule that objection.
Thank you.
But to reiterate, I mean, we're not trying to go too far into that situation because I think her last answer basically told me that there's that isn't going to affect this child, or could not. I shouldn't say that. I don't know if you're digging into whether that affects this child support. That's all I'm saying, Mr. Ray.
Okay, I'll tell you the relevance is there was no child support paid, and she was never financially supporting her child, even though it's court ordered.
Okay, so then I would sustain the objection as it's irrelevant. I thought you were trying to relate it to somehow this case, but I was giving you some leeway to establish that. But
that's fine.
Thank you,
Kelly. You had said that I abducted your children, your son. Is that correct?
You did abduct Hunter.
Okay. What is your definition of abduction?
Taking a child.
Okay. Would that be something that you did when you left this house?
No, it would not. Considering I was taking
That's
my.
all I want.
Ooh, he thought that was his fucking mic drop. He did, right? But he didn't want her to finish. Yet again, lawyer. A lawyer would know. You got to know the answer to the questions you're going to ask. Oh, fine. I will rewind it. Even though you can rewind it too. COS, yes. No, but seriously. So he's going to say, what does abduction mean to you? She's going to make the slight mistake of saying, okay, that's hilarious. Typical man, not letting the woman finish or helping her in any way. No, but seriously, he's going to say, what do you define abduction as? And she unfortunately leaves out the biggest part of an abduction, because taking a child is not abduction. Taking a child without the legal right to have them, that's the abduction part.
What is your definition of abduction?
Taking a child.
Okay. Would that be something that you did when you left this house?
No, it would not, considering I was taking
That's
my
all I want to know.
children out of
That's all I
a
want to know.
violent environment.
It was a yes or no. Thank you.
Ms. Reed, Ms. Sheldon will be able to follow up on issues if she thinks it's necessary on redirect.
Do you get financial aid?
I do not.
No food stamps, any of that nature?
Yes, I do.
Okay, that
Okay, sir, then how do you feel about your children being on food stamps? And no offense to anybody on food stamps. No offense to anybody who needs to get food aid. Okay? But again, these questions hit wrong when they come from the other parent who's supposed to be providing for these children. I don't give a fuck if the government says you should provide XYZ and you like that's not enough. Like you should be paying more. Like this is so difficult. Eve, welcome. Thank you for being here. It's a crazy ass case tonight. I don't even know how to describe it, to be honest. I'd say effed up. Like seriously. No worries, Beverly. Thanks for being back. He should have beaten around the bush some more. Some more, he wouldn't be in this situation, Lisa says. Oh, happy wife, happy life.
that'd be financial aid. How much money do you get in financial aid?
Food stamps, I get $600 and something that I just started getting a couple of months ago.
Okay. You got assistance in California too, correct?
Uh,
A month? That's a lot. Holy wow. On my list of things to do is properly file my taxes this year. I was caught up. But so my child tax benefit, which is what they call it in Canada, it's not food stamps, but it is it's only 2 kids we're talking about for $600 a month. She don't have 10 kids. That was somebody else we were talking about. This is like 10. She has 2 kids. But in Canada, you get like a child tax benefit every month. I really have to file those papers. It's not a lot for 10 kids. They never said she had 10 kids. True. But I think with 10 kids, you would get more than that, wouldn't you? You think it's like the same amount? Oh, it's not monthly cellulite yoga pants. Interesting. Yeah, we get a monthly payout for child tax benefit. And then when your kid is under 6, you get something called the Universal Child Tax Credit. Been a while since I got that one. I can see why people keep having kids. Because you can get a lot of money.
yes, I did.
And to be clear, I want to make something absolutely clear. As a government employee making decent money, I got the Canada Child Tax Credit. Like it is income based in a way, but it is not low income based. As a low income person, you probably would get more. But like I was getting like $200 a month or something. So it's not a huge number, and it's not needs based. It's based upon filing your taxes, which I just found out because it stopped sending me.
And how are you able to go about getting that assistance in California?
I had to get assistance in California to make sure the children's medical needs were met. You forced me to ask the government for money so that I could pay for food and bring my part to the table because I couldn't sell myself anymore.
Okay, so how did I force you?
You wouldn't buy groceries and you refused to give your children the medical services that they required.
Wait a second. You're telling me I let my children go?
Hold on, wait a second. Did she say sell herself? Did I miss that? We gotta go back again. Jesus.
I had to get assistance in California to make sure the children's medical needs were met. You forced me to ask the government for money so that I could pay for food and bring my part to the table because I couldn't sell myself anymore.
Okay, so how did I force you?
You wouldn't buy groceries and you refused to give your children the medical services that they required.
Wait a second. You're telling me I let my children go hungry?
Yes, you would.
Oh my God. I kind of feel like it's not worth asking questions because you can't get the truth. Hunter broke his arm here in California at daycare, correct? I mean, in Michigan at daycare, correct?
Hunter broke his arm in Michigan, yes.
Okay, where did he break his arm at?
Okay. What the fuck? How did he just literally bypass that sell yourself comment? And like I've said before, I don't give a fuck if she's literally selling herself on the street. If she's doing that to bring home money for her kids, we got to respect that hustle. In fact, we should help her and protect her in better ways. This guy, I don't think he understands how he's coming across. I ain't liking it. I ain't liking it. Artie, maybe she's over 30 and that's why she can't sell herself anymore. No, that's a joke. You can absolutely sell your booty if you're over 30.
That I'm unsure.
You're unsure. Is that what you want to go with?
That is what I want to go with. I'm unsure of when, where, or how it happened.
Okay. Did Child Protective Services reach out to you?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Did the Sheriff's Department investigators from Grand Traverse County reach out to you on the broken arm?
No, they did not.
They never conducted an interview over the phone with you?
Not the sheriff's department.
Okay. All right. But CPS did.
Yes.
Okay. What did they tell you?
It was a lot of back and forth. They never could give me a straight answer. I asked for all of the paperwork that was involved with the case. I was promised twice that they would mail it to me, and I never received copies of anything.
So you're telling me that they never told you where it happened at?
They said it was assumed that it happened at daycare. They weren't aware, which was why they were interviewing you, I believe some other people, and the daycare. Not sure what happened. All I know is wasn't even aware of the incident. I had to call the doctor's offices myself try to figure out what had happened.
Okay. Excellent. Who do you live with?
Myself and children.
Okay. Whose house do you live in?
My mother's.
Your mother's house, and she doesn't live with you?
No, she does not.
Okay. I mean, you stated that you were scared that I would come abduct your children, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if that was something I was going to do, other than just making a statement to lead the court, why wouldn't I have done that?
Probably because you haven't been to Texas since, but one time, and the one time that you did come to Texas, you sat outside this house for hours waiting to see movement in or out. You went to multiple gas stations, restaurants for about a week straight, and then ultimately ended up at the school district harassing my mother, my sisters who are teachers there, and my oldest son.
And I'm sure there's a police report saying this, because harassment, they would have filed a police report, right?
Not necessarily.
So if school wouldn't file a police report?
Actually, you know what? Let me change that. There is a police report because I ended up calling.
Objection, argumentative. I mean, at this point, what is the lawyer doing? She needs to step into this. The judge, we know he's not going to do it. We've seen him let people go on for 8 fucking hours, which I still think I'm owed therapy for from that fucking hearing. But good God. Also, guys, please like the video. I think we're very close to 250 subs. That would be so great to reach tonight. And we can have a stretch goal.
911 when you tried to beat down the door to get to Hartley.
I tried to beat down the door. Okay.
Yes, but you were gone as soon as I could call them. And I believe
Well, I
you
sat
were
out there for
stopped.
hours, you said.
You were here for days and hours.
Days.
You
Okay.
kept telling me that there was a private investigator watching me.
Yes,
when
there was.
ultimately it was you.
No, there was a hired investigator company out of Dallas.
Okay, but I do know from your discovery that you were in restaurants, convenience stores in a
My-
little one horse
What
town
discovery?
with the discovery for this divorce case.
Okay, where did that information come from?
You.
It came from me. Okay. So I said I was sitting outside your house for hours.
Your
And
bank statements show timestamps and places, locations.
Okay, so I was sitting out there for a week, you said.
Correct.
And that shows that I was in front of your house, your mother's house, correct?
It shows that you were in my town.
Okay. Your town is right beside the town I was staying in.
No, it is not.
Okay. Excellent. You said there's no way for you to gain employment due to court hearings, but the judge recommended to both of us to get jobs. You stay.
Did you creed for him?
Am I still on here?
Yeah, I think what was it, you were muting and unmuting yourself. I'm not sure how.
I apologize. I hit a button
Yeah.
with my finger.
No problem. I just wanted to let you know, you might want to re-ask that question because
Okay.
it was cutting in and out on the mute.
So you stated that you could not get employment due to court hearings, correct?
I've stated I can't get employment for
Yes or
several
no?
different reasons. Yes, that
I'm
was
just looking. I'm
Could I
just looking for yes or no.
answering my questions before I'm interrupted.
Well,
Let me rephrase. Yes or no? Did you say that you couldn't get employment until the court was over?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated to the judge previously that you couldn't get employment, yes or no, because there was no jobs in your area.
Correct.
And that was the reason, yes or no?
One of the reasons, yeah.
And the judge pulled up, and the judge actually pulled up while we were in court, yes or no, 10.
Okay. You cannot compound your questions by starting them, adding yes or no in the middle, and then at the end. That's like Elaine from the Depp v. Heard trial with her what if any or whatever it is. Like you can't. What are you fucking doing, bud? Still a compound question. Lawyer lady, please wake up. Come on now. The judge is going to be extremely liberal in this if she doesn't fight for her client. She has to fight for her. COSGS, we're same page, same page.
Maybe over 100 jobs available in your area, yes or no?
There's not 100 jobs in Edgewood, Texas.
That I'm asking what the judge, did he not state that he pulled up? I'm going to go on the very low side, 10 jobs in your area available for you
Believe
with no
pull up some-
qualifications.
Yes.
Okay, so he did pull up and let you know there was jobs available.
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir, Lisa?
Have you ever broke any bones?
Yes.
Okay. What bones have you broken?
My fingers and my tailbone.
Okay. How did you break your tailbone?
I slid on ice.
Okay. How did that happen?
I missed my step and fell on ice.
Would you say you were getting out of the passenger side of your 3/4 ton Dodge pickup in a parking lot in Avoca, Iowa, and you slipped on?
Okay, Jonathan, somebody could you timestamp me this? Timestamp because I am absolutely going to make this into a country song. Would you say you were getting out of your 2-ton Chevy pickup truck?
Would you say you were getting out of the passenger side of your 3/4 ton Dodge pickup in a parking lot in Avoca, Iowa, and you slipped on ice and fell?
Yes.
Would that be accurate?
Do what?
Okay.
I know, I got the tonnage wrong. Sorry. I used to sell cars that were cars, not trucks. Also, Lisa Figueroa, no, you did not get the spelling even close, but it was, in fact, phonetically correct. So I knew what it was. The passenger side of her best friend's ride. Exactly. There's the song.
You stated, I said, okay, I apologize.
Also,
You
thank you,
stated in
John.
the previous hearing that you've had problems with your lower back and tailbone because I just beat you, correct?
That's incorrect.
You didn't state the reason why you had problems with your back was because of me doing some type of domestic violence to you,
Yes, I do have lower back
or
problems.
did you not? Maybe I misunderstood you.
Didn't say that you beat me, but yes, I have
Your
lower
phone's
back
breaking up. I
problems
apologize.
due to being pushed.
I will, Hayden.
Pushed so hard I ended up in the hospital.
One second. We lost Mr. Reed.
With your severed arm, ma'am. You know, that does work
Mr.
against
Reed?
Hello?
Yes. Hello, Mr. Reed?
Yes, sir. I think my phone got disconnected or something. I apologize.
No problem. We stopped immediately. So
Are you able to?
can you hear me right now?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. So we
Can I go back
basically
to-
just stopped and you can ask your question again.
Okay. You stated in a previous court hearing that your back was messed up due to me, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the doctor in California diagnosed your problem with a sciatic nerve, correct? That's what
correct.
ma'am?
That's incorrect.
Okay, what was your diagnosis then?
Okay, I'd just like to point out something here. Do we hear the ma'am that he said? That is how ma'am is used in Canada. Okay? It's an insult. It's like, you old cunt. That's what they're saying when they say ma'am. Okay? And when I went to, okay. But when I was in Texas, it literally, I had to turn off this part of my brain when people say ma'am because it means like an insult here, especially if you're younger. This court hearing is a complete cluster. Like this is weird. This is just a weird hearing. And again, you know, Judge Hagen, I think he's in a different world. I think he's thinking about surfing. He's wondering why he got expelled from Hogwarts. He's not allowed back.
Then
I have a slip disc between L5 and S1,
okay, where's that located on your body?
lower back.
Lower back, right where the tailbone was broken.
No.
Oh, okay. So you're telling the court I broke your back is what you're saying, basically.
I'm not telling the court that you broke my back.
Okay.
I'm saying that I sustained an injury due to you shoving me on the ground, which ultimately led to a hospital visit with
Okay.
multiple other injuries to my body.
You like to play victim, do you not?
No, I do not.
You
I
don't.
wish I didn't have to. I mean, I don't have
Yeah.
to, but I wish this wasn't my story.
Okay. You were a victim of your family too, correct? When you were with
No,
me?
no, I'm a
No.
victim of domestic violence from you.
Oh, okay. All right. I were you aware that I asked your lawyer for both of us to do a polygraph test on domestic violence and financial? And your lawyer
Who fucking cares? Go on fucking Maury or the Steve show or whatever it is. I don't give a fuck if you want her to do a fucking polygraph test. You loser. Sorry. I'm sorry. He thinks he's like, this is another mic drop moment. And you know what? I do say ma'am now, and I say it sometimes to people. I said it when I was in Texas. I do feel a little funny. It's not meant to be insulting, like, but it is here because it's just like we just have a different culture of how we would say it. Yeah, what is the lawyer doing at this point? Is she playing Candy Crush in her like jail cell of an office? I've just noticed there's like one dying plant that's trying to escape through the window, and that's all she got.
denied that.
I'm aware that you asked the judge yesterday, and
I
he
did
did
that as well.
well.
Correct. Yeah. No, I just wanted to try to prove through the lies. You had stated this this time that you, like the movie, you broke a gun out of a gun safe, and all of that had happened, and whatever other statement you had made on that, you
Sir, did you just yada yada her breaking a gun out of a pew pew case and then attempting to pew pew you? Like this one, you could probably go word for word on. Also, yeah, I think you guys are right that it's an age thing, and that's why I would be offended by it. But again, mesdames et messieurs, I know French a little bit, so I understand where ma'am comes from madame. It was a display case. First of all, I'd like to point out, sounds to me like children could have access to these weapons. That's a problem. That's a big problem for me. If you have access where somebody can punch through something and get access to the weapon, that's not a secured weapon to me.
said that we had been married about a month, correct?
No. I was asked when the domestic violence began. It was about a month into the marriage. That particular instance that I wish was out of the movie, but wasn't, I have scars to prove it, was several months into the marriage while I was pregnant, which is why
Okay,
our
that's
projects were
fine.
terminated.
Several months. How long is several months to you, Kelly?
Could be multiple months. Let's see, it happened September 20.
I'll just say one thing about this COSGS, a great culture to train children to be responsible around firearms. However, when you have two adults who are involved in this case utilizing firearms in anger at each other, those are not responsible people to be teaching children about firearms. And again, this is almost like a union. Like, you don't need a union if you have a good boss. You don't need gun safety cases if you teach responsibility to kids, but you don't know every kid that comes to the house. I know, and you don't know that all people are. I personally think that if there are children in a house, they should be in a very, very locked. I guess without ammo, accessible would work too, as long as you properly dismantle the weapon and make sure that it is never loaded. Again, I don't even see weapons in Canada very often. I live in like the hippy dippy USA, as we say, even though it's hippy dippy Canada. But that's a saying we say, like hippy dippy USA.
28th, so that would have been May, June, July, August, September. 4 months, 3 to 4 months, I believe, is several.
Okay, and I believe, were you pregnant before we got married?
No, I was not.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to figure out the timeline that you came up with on all this, because that timeline doesn't go with that, but that's fine. So you have scars from what on your arm?
From a glass gun cabinet, yes, on my right, between my wrist and forearm, that you and KT took me to the hospital for.
I thought you said that an ambulance took you to the hospital
Oh,
and I
they
left.
took me. My
Ma'am?
bad.
Well, I'm just trying to figure
Yes.
out what story you
Yes.
want to go with.
There's not a story. I know I had to tell stories to the hospital so that cops weren't involved, because
The cops are already involved, you stated.
the cops were involved with our entire marriage. It was nothing new.
Okay. Okay. So who took you to the hospital? According to your first statement, I ran, and then you said me and my dad took you to the hospital. So who actually took you to the hospital?
The ambulance took me to the hospital
Okay.
that night. I was thinking of
Okay.
another incident of how I had to seek urgent medical care.
Okay.
That your father had to take me to the emergency room.
Okay. Excellent. When did you first get on Family Wizard?
Within a week of the October court hearing for custody.
Okay. I'm trying to go back to pictures and it's kind of hard. How long was Hunter in the hospital?
3 days.
3 days. So you made a statement earlier that you were messaging me back and forth and you couldn't deal with that while you were in the hospital, but I didn't get your message till 5 days after you sent it. I'm trying to come up with a timeline here.
That's fine.
With-
Yes, I didn't really respond to much on my phone due to the fact I had to lay in the bed with a 3-year-old who had a tube down his throat and was trying to pull it out along with his IV.
I
Once
understand.
we
I
were
can only
in
imagine.
the
No,
hospital.
I'm just trying to come up with a timeline, Kelly, is what I'm trying to.
I'm literally rolling a joint. Hold on. I thought for safety reasons, when you're intubated, you are sedated. Am I totally off? Where is Gracie T and anybody else in the medical field, especially a child? Would they not be like sedated during intubation and afterwards? Like I thought that was just like again, him wanting to pull out the tube and stuff, that's you can't sedate a 3-year-old, you might kill him. What? And you know what else? Like when I was little, my mom got me sedated to get my teeth cleaned because she was afraid of the dentist. I'm not afraid of the dentist, but she was. So I used to get fully sedated to go to get my teeth cleaned. That's why I have no recollection of the freaking um dentist as a child. So odd.
come up
Trying
with.
to give you that timeline. You started asking questions about needing to know doctors, hospitals, this, that, and the other, but I had to have proof for
Okay.
everything that I was saying.
Ma'am, I just need you to answer the question. You said that he was in the hospital for 3 days, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I responded 5 days later because I'd never got a message from you on Family Wizard. That's on the exhibit that your lawyer submitted. So, were you in the hospital for 5 days or 3?
He was in the hospital for 3 days.
Okay, you just stated that you couldn't argue with me while you were in the hospital because you were taking care of your son, but I never even got the message till 5 days later.
I don't believe that's what I just said, but okay.
Okay. I thought you had stated that earlier. I might have misunderstood you. What happened to Hunter?
He had a condition that they thought was epiglottis. So the day started.
Epiglottis, isn't that the part of that's like the dangly part at the back of your mouth? Like tongue tying? Also, Courtney, creepy, but they do have that for dentists. For children, they call it a papoose, and they tie children down for dental procedures. It's crazy. That's a uvula. Well, what the fuck is epiglottis? I gotta look it up now. I know it's part of the body. I don't think it's a medical condition as far as I knew. The epiglottis is a flap of tissue that sits beneath the tongue at the back of the throat. That's your epiglottis, underneath. The uvula is at the back. Yeah, I bet you'd like that.
It out. He claimed that his throat hurt. He kept slobbering everywhere. He wouldn't let me see inside his throat or anything, so I took him to the small urgent care to see what was wrong. They ran, the COVID test, strep test, all the tests on him. Everything came back negative. They did his pulse ox, which
Hold on, here we go. I have to keep reading. So in children, epiglottis is a bacterial infection generally caused by influenza type B. Okay, so it can be no, it's epiglottitis. She's mixed up. So epiglottis is the place in the mouth, and it's epiglottitis that they might have. Okay. It's now very common. Okay, let's see here. The epiglottis is a stiff yet flexible tissue called cartilage at the back of the tongue. It closes your windpipe, trachea, when you swallow so food does not enter your airway. Shit, I need my epiglottis, but not for food. This helps prevent coughing or choking after swallowing. In children, epiglottitis is usually caused by the bacteria influenza type B. In adults, it's often due to other bacteria such as Streptococcus pneumoniae or viruses such as herpes simplex virus and varicella zoster. Epiglottitis is now very uncommon, because the H influenza type vaccine is given routinely to all children. The disease was once often seen in children ages 2 through 6, but in rare cases, epiglottitis can occur in adults.
was fairly
So, okay, good point. A woman who said she severed her arm got her words mixed up. Good point.
good at that time.
I'm just asking his diagnosis. What was wrong with him?
I'm not sure. He had epiglottis. He had an abscess behind his tonsils that had to be drained.
Okay. And did I state numerous times to please let me talk to my son? That would be an emergency situation. I mean, my son was care flighted at the age of 3.
He was not able to speak. He had a breathing tube down his throat.
We're not talking the hospital. I never knew till he was out of the hospital. It
Yes,
shows
you
the
did.
time and date. It shows the
Yes,
time
it
and
does.
date, Sam.
It shows 4:40 something a.m. the first night that we were in the hospital. You were
I'm
made
pretty
aware
sure.
of that as soon as I knew.
Okay, and I didn't receive the message or message you back for 5 days.
Okay, that's not my issue.
Okay, so the 5 days after you were out of the hospital, this is what I'm trying to get at instead of beating around the bush here. The 5 days before I received the message, because you would never communicate with me through Family Wizard about the children, that was ordered, that I set up the day it was ordered by the court. Needless to say, I didn't respond for 5 days because I never got an update. And I just so happened to check it one morning. And it was 5 days.
That doesn't make sense. You didn't check it because you didn't get an update. So it was 5 days after the message was sent that you saw it. Again, that sounds like a you problem, sir. Once again. These people are pissing me off. Maybe it's the judge that pisses me off because he doesn't talk enough and I don't know what he's doing there. I like Judge Hagan mostly, but this is frustrating. These questions are almost irrelevant at this point, and he should know that if he's gonna do 3 hours, that's gonna take me 5. He needs to think more about this. I don't know what button I pressed there. Sorry.
after you had sent me the message. So he was out of the hospital, and I asked to speak with my son that had just had been care flighted, and you would not give me any updates on my son or my family, any updates, and you refused to let me talk to my son in an emergency situation like that, correct? Yes or no?
That's incorrect.
He had tubes down his throat at your house, is what you're telling me.
No, that's not what I'm telling you at
Okay.
all.
Your Honor, at this point,
No,
Mr.
that's
Reed is
fine.
arguing with the witness.
I'm just trying to get a timeline. That's fine. I'm done with that. You can't get a straight answer. You had stated on the last conversation that I had with my children that I called you a whore to my children. I said,
Correct.
you're saying that I said that your mother's a whore, or how did that go about? Because that's not on any records.
It was Steve the Donkey Man saying that she was a whore, dude. Get it right. Also, Shashina, of course, y'all can lurk here, you can chat. We all remember that the chat doesn't have to be on par with what's happening in the case because ADHD.
And if you could have used that, trust me, your lawyer would have had it. So you're telling me the place that I paid $50 every time to talk to my children did not record something of that nature?
The phone conversations were not recorded.
They
phone
took notes of every
conversations were
conversation.
They were taken down in notes, to which Lydia, who was the case manager, did come on and testify to. Yes.
And she
you kept
testified that
telling
I said that you were.
children that there was another man. Oh, she shacked up with another man, not even knowing who this man was. But you got
Okay,
aggravated
so
that the
that's
kids
all
couldn't
on
tell you
record.
who he was.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out. You told the the person. Oh, you just stated that I told you were a whore, and now you're saying I told you that you were shacked up. Which one do we want to go with?
It depends on which phone conversation.
I want her to come out and say it straight up. If she whored, if he fucking put her out there as a whore, if she went out there on her own, she should just say it right now. And it'll win. All she has to say is, yeah, you know I'm a whore. You know I had to sell myself to help our children, and you told them that. Mic drop. Own it, lady. There is no shame in that hustle.
Because they all happen.
Oh my god. Okay, there's no need in asking. Did you ever give any gifts to our children from my parents?
Yes, I did.
Did you give them the Christmas cards and Valentine's cards and so on?
Yes, I did.
Okay, but your children said that they never received anything from their grandparents.
Kids will be kids, but they've received every gift that they've sent
Well,
them.
I agree they received them, but you didn't tell them where they were from, correct?
Incorrect.
So the children, okay. So you're a good mother, is what you're basically telling the courts.
I don't have to tell the courts anything.
Okay, well, that's what you're trying to lead the courts to believe.
I don't have to lead
Correct.
the court to believe anything. I am a good mother.
You're a good mother.
I'm a good enough mother that I was a stay-at-home mom for your children, and that was okay while we were married, but it's not okay anymore.
Situations change, right? Because I got to see my kids every day, correct? Before?
That has nothing to do with me being a good mother for my kids.
Okay. So, I mean, you were just beat every, what would you say, every hour?
No.
Every
for
day?
a while, every day. For a while.
Every day, okay. So you were
Over
beat
the
every
years-
day, is what you're testifying to. And yet you decided to have not one, not two, but 3 children.
Oh, he's making that dumbass mistake. Sir, guess what? We don't actually blame victims for this anymore. You beat her every day, and you're literally going with, but you wanted to have kids with me even after I beat you every day? Are you dumb? She's not strong. She wasn't strong. She wasn't able. Whatever her reasoning was, whatever happened to her, whatever you reinforced in her. Yeah, it made her not do that. But I mean, Jesus. Again, like I know Judge Hagan don't like that. Look at him, he's looking back up. He's like, well, I'm not surfing. What are you talking about? I'm listening. Um, yeah, the ball's on him to say that, Crystal, right? Like, oh, did I beat you every hour? No, every day. And then she agrees that every day, and you don't even bother with that. You just lead right into your next question. I don't think you're quite listening to how this sounds. And here's the thing is that I would love it if we were able to be so cut and dry when a person is in an abuse situation, whether it be a man or a woman, okay? Because we know that they happen with both genders and non-binary people too. So my whole point is that it's not like you can say, oh, because you stayed, that person's not guilty, no matter the gender. So that's just not a good argument anymore. I know it worked for like the last 30 years or whatever since they started sort of caring about beating on your wife, but it's just not going to fly anymore. And again, if he had a lawyer, I mean, a lawyer wouldn't say that. Can you imagine a lawyer saying that? So he beat you every day and then you had kids with him? Like, even if they did, it maybe wouldn't come across quite so bad, but still. You think that the judge is playing pool on his phone? I don't know. And statistically speaking, have heard that uh, female lesbian relationships are high in domestic violence. I actually think that the reason that that is the case is because of the underreporting in uh, standard heterosexual relationships between men and women. I think that men underreport abuse from women. They take it a lot more often than they would admit to. And the women that might abuse a man or might hurt somebody might not even be aware that their behavior would be considered abusive. So, but I think that just like legally, because lesbian relationships are now legal and therefore go through the divorce process, you get a lot more reporting of it. And that's why that would be higher. And Hector, that's horrible. Like somebody not believing you once you've said that you've been abused by a woman. Absolutely. Women can be abusers. Anybody can be an abuser and anybody can be abused. You can be the strongest looking person in the world or the most put together looking person in the world. And that doesn't exclude you from that risk in life. But what I would say to everybody is remember to value yourself. And just because you didn't leave the first time or the first 100 times doesn't mean you can't leave. And it is important to value yourself, especially if you have children, because they look at you and how much you value yourself. Um, I mean, I think she admitted that she hit him. They had a domestic violence relationship against each other. She admitted that she hit him with a pew pew in the face. I mean, that does sound actually very much like the actions of somebody who's been abused for a long period of time and hits the end of their rope. I'll say that. And he seemed to gloss over that quite a bit. He's like that incident, like it was from a movie. When she hit you in the face with a gun,
And a miscarriage with somebody that beat you every day. And you wanted that person around your children every day, correct?
Something like
This
that.
monster. You wanted this
No,
monster.
actually, no. I didn't want to be pregnant that many times, which is why I ultimately had a hysterectomy so that you couldn't knock me up anymore. But I
Okay.
love my children and I'll do anything
Okay.
to protect them and take care
Yeah. Did you try to protect him from the pedophile that you let in the home in Michigan?
They weren't in the home.
Okay.
Why was that answer not there was no pedophile? Oh, that whole exchange just made me not happy at all. None of that made me happy. You guys being here is making me happy. Liking the video, making me happy. These people, not. I know, and I'm yelling. I'm literally screaming while the mic is off. I'm yelling objection. Oh, last thing I'll say about the hysterectomy. I asked for a hysterectomy once and they would not give me a hysterectomy. They're like, you're too young. I was like, no, I'm done. I am done having babies. They're like, no, we will not give you a hysterectomy. I was like, I want some extra room in my body. I want to take those ones out. And they were not into it. Fucking Canadian healthcare system. Mostly I wanted one because I have a retroverted uterus, which means it tilts backwards instead of forwards. And so that creates some issues for me.
But you're telling me that you were beat daily and you still had children, and you before you had testified you had no way to escape. Yes or no?
That's
Yes.
been answered, Your Honor.
No,
Well,
I'm
he,
just
he
trying.
changed the end of it to the work to her testimony about not being able to escape, but otherwise I would have said yes. So ma'am, you will have to answer that part.
Can I hear the question again?
Yes,
So you got pregnant multiple times, and the only reason why you never left is because you were never able to escape, is what you testified to, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Between my
Yes
vehicle
or
being
no?
disabled,
Yes or no?
I just said yes.
Okay,
And
thank
I
you.
was given the reasons why.
Okay, I just needed a yes or no. How many times did I travel back to Texas when we were in California? Would you say every 2 months or every 3 months or every month?
Every month for probation.
Okay, you're correct for probation. We'll get that in there. So I was gone for what? That's a 2-day drive there, 2-day drive back, and at least a day there if I only stayed a day. So I was gone for 5 days. How are you unable to escape?
Financial abuse. I was never
Financial
left with
abuse.
money, just credit cards. If I
Credit
wasn't
cards.
repaying that, all my credit cards were cut off.
Oh, okay. All right. And California doesn't offer any help to women that are just getting beat every day, correct?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't know the avenue in California.
How'd you know the avenue in Michigan or Texas?
I didn't.
Okay. But if you really were getting beat and you needed to escape, you had, or 911 works in California, correct?
If you have a phone, which was the first
Okay.
thing taken from me.
Okay. Excellent. When we officially moved to Michigan, a 15-year-old was living with us by the name of Sophie. Yes or no?
Your daughter? Yes.
Yes or no? Then you would say that she had some issues before she came to live with us, correct?
Severe psychological issues.
Okay. I would agree with you completely. When did you discover she was sneaking out of the home while?
Oh, this is gonna get worse and worse and worse. Good night, Beverly. I hope you have a good evening. I know, Artie, this is wearing me out too. My hair is flat. Gonna go touch up my makeup in a moment. Thanks for being here, Beverly. As always, love hearing from you. I'm gonna be doing some video game streams soon. want some gaming. I hate him too. I'm so pissed off. Anyways, let's just keep going because we know we gotta finish it. We gotta fucking. Who said 5 hour stream earlier?
I was asleep.
I don't know when it started, therefore I can't really answer that question.
Okay, how long before everything unfolded and I found her missing at 11 o'clock on a rainy night? Were you aware that she was sneaking out?
Yes.
Okay, what would you say time frame? A month, a week, 2 weeks?
Sure.
Now these issues we did go over, so let's try to relate it to the kids, Mr. Reed.
Okay. You were at the home on Liberty Drive when Sophie Brown was in the basement at 15 years old with a grown man, correct?
Okay, I think I have figured something out. Because I was like, why isn't the lawyer just crucifying this guy? Like, this is nuts. My longest stream, Bruce, was over 9 hours. But, okay. What I realized is maybe she's a little thrown off by the fact that he is a pro se litigant. Because lawyers are trained to sort of defer as officers of the court to other officers of the court. As in, hey, like they're a lawyer too. They're allowed to ask questions. So is she just like in, oh, this is lawyer mode and she just forgot that he's a fucking not a lawyer? Like I'm I'm just baffled at this point a little bit. I would be like, what I was thinking is, how mad would you be and how much of your money would you want back? What would you do? Let's take a poll right now. Would you A, do what this lady's doing, which is sort of be combative with your ex-husband? B, would you ask for a breakout room with your lawyer maybe? Say, hey, judge, can I have a breakout room with my lawyer so that you could talk with them and ask for them to help you more? Or C, would you freak out and fire your lawyer in the middle of it and end it? And D, would you tase her and everybody else on the screen? A, B, C, or D? I still rock it being baffled. Thank you, Lisa. I mean, I'm just like, and Artie saying, I'm getting deja vu. Did we watch this lawyer sit here and do nothing before? That's 1,000 to hundy p a possibility, right? Because first of all, this is a continuation hearing, so they were here in May. I imagine if we go to the other channel, go to the other channel in May, we probably watched this. You guys know I don't like keep track or anything, so it's not like I have like this big giant spreadsheet that I'm like, oh, because I don't do names. I don't put the names into it. C and then tase. I like that. E, all of the above and more from T-Rex Trucking. Artie would give a purple nurple allegedly. I'm seeing some tases. CCCCCs. I don't think you can fire in the middle because it would take away from her testimony. I just think this is where being although we have to keep in mind, in person in a courtroom, she would be on a witness stand. She would not be beside her lawyer, able to ask her immediately. But again, I think that lawyers beforehand, and come at me if you want to, but I've watched a lot of court. I know we all have together. I think that lawyers have gotten absolutely lazy with their prep of their witness preparation for Zoom trials specifically. I think that they were able to do so much Zoom stuff that people could zoom in for, and the judges were willing to forgive so many slights that it is just a fucking inevitable reality that somebody that bills by the hour is going to spend those hours on billable things. You know what I mean? Orlando Chiquita, Donna, I love it. She hasn't said a word. Any of us here could do a better job. Allegedly, I think so, truly, though. I mean, I I think we've all had maybe stories about paying lawyers we wish we didn't. I have, I know. Um, but again, remember this mother is not asking for any shift in child support, which I find really interesting. Generally, we have a ask on both ends. That's not what's happening here. And I don't think the dad realizes something. He is, while it seems out of like unrealistic to have to travel to go to Texas and have your kids visitation, when you don't do that, it doesn't look good for you. A judge already decided that that was an appropriate way for the visitation to occur and put those things in place. And you thinking that it's too far away or too whatever is moot in reality. It doesn't matter. The judge has already decided. So you not showing up just looks like you didn't show up. And we've seen that before. That literally means huge things in custody cases. Hector, as far as I can ascertain, this is, I mean, he doesn't label anything. They don't necessarily write out the docket exactly what it is, but he said this is a continuation of, and what, I mean, they were talking about child support, but I believe it would probably just be a child custody hearing. And they were saying there was a, like, they were waiting on the other trial, which was supposed to start this week but didn't. So what that says to me is this is maybe a friend of the court hearing. So friend of the court in Michigan is like a magistrate level type judge who hears immediate custody concerns in the interim before a divorce attorney may be able to be involved, or a divorce judge may be able to be involved, as far as I'm aware. But I do think that he also hears full divorces. He operates as a friend of the court, but also as a um yeah, the lawyer isn't a friend to the opposing side. Colin, what do you say? I live in Ohio. My kids live in Texas. Your ex is required to send your kids back to Ohio for your time, so you can take his point or talk to this point a lot. So, and I think that that's a common thing we've heard of before, Colin. And, I appreciate, I'm a co-parent with somebody. We have 50-50 custody. We split that time, but we live in, while technically different cities, very, very close. Our daughter can go to one school no matter which house she's at. And so that's just a different type of co-parenting than it is when you have to shift people for an amount of time. And I recognize that's difficult. I think that's the key though, is that Collins just mentioned that it was his ex that moved to Texas, and generally it is the person who moves there that has to be responsible for that. I believe what's happened here is they were living in Texas before, then they went to California, then they went back to Michigan, and then he moved. But shouldn't their divorce be in the last jurisdiction that they both lived in? So if that was the case, wouldn't it be out of Texas? Huh. Interesting. Again, like I always say, and a little disclaimer as usual, I'm obviously not a lawyer. Maybe that's not obvious, but I'm not a lawyer. And furthermore, I live in Canada. So I have an even different view on your American legal system. While I have been involved in the Canadian legal system by proxy on different things, not as a lawyer, as an administrator, but um, the system in the States is so different, it's just very, very different. And each state is different. And sometimes it feels like each county is different. So Lisa's saying usually is where the child was born. All of her court stuff, all of Ellie's court stuff is here in Montana because but her mother is in Florida. Interesting. Again, um, I think it's so difficult, and all I want to encourage everybody who has children in their life and has to co-parent, regardless of who it is or where y'all live, be your best you for that child. Be the bigger person. That's all I ask. Like, it is the the thing that generally pays dividends. And I know it doesn't always. Sashina has a story about that, and it's difficult because it there is parental alienation and abduction where the children are turned against people. But in for the most part, when you have a pretty amicable divorce and you are the bigger person, like I don't badmouth my ex-husband to my daughter, like ever. I just don't. And I know she'll know that because there's just no way that later on in life she's going to be like, well, remember when you used to shit talk dad? Because it didn't. So I've just covered my own ass, right? Um, I can't say that everybody in my whole life has been like that. So I'm telling you from experience, kids remember. They remember who says what and what they say. I'm sorry, Search for Spock. Had a great night. Thank you for all your funny, lovely comments. Um, I love that we all can get together here, hang out, and have different opinions, but also just agree on some craziness as usual. But thank you, Spox. Have a great night. Let's continue this. Also, Mayor, I've had multiple stalkers. It's not that fun when you're a lady and you got stalkers.
No, I was not. I was
So,
actually at the Traverse Sheriff's.
so a video that that I had to watch of a 15-year-old
Your
having.
Honor,
No,
objection.
I'm trying to paint
This
where the line.
this issue has been talked about extensively on his direct,
I
and now
agree.
he's rehashing everything, and I don't think it's appropriate.
I agree, Mr. Reed, and I actually just said that.
Okay. Well, yes or no, you don't want me to be a father, correct?
Never said that.
Well, you don't want me to see my kids except for at your convenience,
Never said that either.
correct? Okay. The kids lived in the home with me and I saw them every day until you took all the money and everything else you could and left, yes or no?
Not every day, but whenever you
Where
were
did they live?
in the home.
Okay, right where I was at. When you
Sometimes.
left, and I was able to find my vehicle, there was firearms all over that vehicle, yes or no?
Correct.
Correct. Loaded firearms all over that vehicle, yes or no?
Incorrect.
Incorrect. How big is a Jeep, would you say? 16 foot at the most?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Okay. If you were to turn around, you could reach past the back seat.
That's false. It's
Okay,
four-door.
I can reach past the back seat. Excuse me then.
Okay.
The children, where were they located at when you were making your escape?
With me
Okay, where were they located at in the vehicle on this drive?
in the back seat.
The back seat. Did they have car seats?
Yes.
So where were the car seats when you were in the hotel room?
Probably under all the stuff.
So you buried the car seats under everything when you went into the hotel room?
No, I ended up having to pull out stuff that we needed.
How'd you know she went to a hotel room? Creeper. Why does this matter? Melanie, I totally believe that. I kicked ass in sports too.
Which in turn caused a mess inside the vehicle.
Okay. What else was in the vehicle? Did you have a dog in the vehicle?
I did.
Okay. Where was the dog located at during this commute?
Front seat.
Front seat. Okay. Do you know it's against the law to transport firearms in the state of Michigan without a concealed carry license, without them being locked in a case?
No. Did you know it's a crime that you're a convicted felon and can't be around them?
That's so spicy. Also, Colin, you don't ever have to be afraid of me. I don't even have an enemy list, but I do appreciate you coming around and hanging out. Um, that was a mic drop moment. Again, better done by her lawyer on cross, or, well, I guess she's not going to get to redirect to him because he's the one asking the questions. Are they going to have to call him too? Jeez, interesting. Why is this lawyer not defending her client too, man? It's a question. Like, it is super strange. I hate everything that's going on here, and it's making me hate Professor Lockhart, surfer dude, Judge Hagen. Normally, it's like we're in it together. You know, we have to be listening to this shit. You don't have to do this. We have seen judges shut this shit down.
Didn't know they were there till I opened the door.
And can't.
Front seat. Okay.
Mic drop moment again.
Do you know it's against the law to transport firearms in the state of Michigan without a concealed carry license without them being locked in a case?
No. Did you know it's a crime that you're a convicted felon and can't be around them?
I didn't know they were there till I opened the door. That's the question I asked though. Did you know it's a crime, a felony in the state of Michigan to transport weapons not locked up, whether it be a compound bow, a
Objection.
crossbow, a
Legal conclusion.
firearm, any of that, a muzzle loader?
I'm unaware of the
Also
law.
legal conclusion.
You weren't aware of the law, but you had taken a concealed carry course, correct?
Correct.
And they didn't make you aware of the law?
No, they did not. It's a concealed carry.
Okay. Where's that dog at?
Here at the house.
Living.
So the children had said that the dog was no longer there, correct? And that you sold the dog?
They may have.
Objection calls for hearsay. These are out of court statements that you're offering for the proof, for the truth of the matter asserted. These people are not here to testify. That's just rank hearsay that you're asking the question of.
Okay. But the dog is there, is what you're
Yes.
testifying to? Okay. When did the dog come back?
The dog never left.
So you have possession of the yellow lab.
Correct.
Okay. Has he been to the vet?
Not recently.
Not recently. When's the last time he's...
This is irrelevant.
This
I
has to
agree.
do with this. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Well, you can tell me how it's relevant to the kids if you'd like. We're not trying the property issues right now. You can later.
Okay.
If
All right.
you have, no, I'm saying if you have a way to relate it to the children, let me know. But
Well, I mean, I guess it could be related because if the dog hasn't been to the vet, it hasn't been current on all shots. Would you venture to say that?
No, I would not.
So you have current shot records for...
Oh my God, Judge, shut that shit down. Say, excuse me. The objection is overruled or the objection is sustained. Like, Judge Hagen, please, come on now. We need you. We need you to do this. You need to just shut that shit down.
for him?
I do have his shot records.
Are they current?
I believe so.
Okay. How do you store the firearms in your house, in your mom's house,
In a safe.
in a safe? How many weapons would you say you have in that home?
One.
One. What happened to all the other weapons that you had?
I don't believe it's relevant for you to
Yeah,
know.
I do believe it's relevant.
You're a
because
convicted
it's weapons
felon.
around children.
There are no weapons around the children.
If they're in the home, they're around the children.
Okay.
They're in proximity of the
Not-
home.
What's the question? I mean, you got to relate it to the children.
Okay, I'm asking how many weapons are in the home?
Are you,
Firearms.
do you
Ask and
have-
answer.
Mr. Reed, do you have any reason to wonder whether the children are around weapons? Is that what you're trying to get at?
A weapon has been used in an assault against me, which makes me think that she could use a weapon in assault against a child as well. And I'm speculating like she.
Sir, your question's been asked and answered, and you just literally said speculating again. Oh. Just, Judge, please come through here for me. I need you to say the words like, well, I don't even know what's going on here. I need you to fucking deny this and move it along. Like, this is, we can't even. They literally said, like, you asked her how many weapons. She said one in the safe. Asked and answered. Move on. Like, this is it.
She did.
So you can ask her if she's assaulted a child with a weapon.
I'm just asking how many weapons are in the home.
I know why you're asking, because you want to know for the property issues, sir, to know the value of things. That's why I'm not getting at that. If you can
Okay.
relate them to the children, I'm allowing that part. You have your own opportunity to try property issues at a later date.
Okay.
So just, I'm giving you leeway here, but I'm trying to direct you to get back to the children, because we're finishing this testimony, the child-related issues testimony and evidence. We're concluding that today.
Okay.
We're not coming back in 3 more months.
Yeah, I completely understand.
But my point is, you have a trial date set for your property issues. You and Ms. Reed can try all those issues at that time. But we're not
Okay.
using this time to try those issues.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
I understand.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So you made a statement that you want sole legal custody. You want me to drive 1,200 miles to see the children and lose my job to do so, correct? Yes or no?
No,
You're aware I'm employed, correct?
no.
You're not aware I'm employed.
I assume you're employed.
So the friend of the courts did not send you a letter?
No, they did not.
Okay. So basically, what I gather is you want full custody of the kids, keep me from seeing them or pay to see my children. And the only reason why you want me to have anything to do with them is to keep getting child support, correct?
That's incorrect.
Would you say you live off of child support?
No, I would not.
How do you buy your cigarettes?
I don't smoke.
When did you quit smoking?
About a year ago.
A year ago. So you quit smoking after you left here?
Yes.
Okay. So how were you buying cigarettes if you didn't have any money and there was no money for the children?
When did I say there's no money from the children?
You said there was no money for food. I wouldn't, basically you said I won't buy the kids food, but I would buy you cigarettes.
Your Honor, I don't think that's what was said. at
I don't
any
either.
time.
Your client said that I wouldn't pay for food for my kids, but your client always had money for cigarettes.
But I don't know, sir, I don't know that she testified that you bought her the cigarettes. That's what
Well,
she said.
she said that I was in financial control and she never had access to money, but she had enough to spend $10 a day on cigarettes.
I don't think you established that she spent that amount on cigarettes either.
Okay. Let me, how many packs of
Yeah, you didn't. And Judge, oh, you gave him the fucking advice. You have no foundation, sir. Again, he should say, did not, like, move on. This is, again, now he's going to be like, how much did you spend on cigarettes a year ago? Relevance. at this point. Like, it might be cheaper to smoke weed. It depends on how much weed you smoke, Artie. I don't smoke cigarettes, but I do smoke weed.
The cigarettes did you smoke a day, Kelly?
Maybe 2.
You smoke 2 cigarettes a day?
Yes.
Okay. I don't really know, Your Honor, if there's anything else worth asking, because there's no truth to half of it.
Okay, you
So-
said that once already. Ms. Sheldon, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Reed, regarding the incident in July with Hunter in the parking lot, during that time, you had something happen to the car, correct?
Correct.
We've already went over this.
Well, just let me, I would agree, but let me check in on this though. Is this the incident, Mr. Reed, where you were talking about the where she had car seats in the hotel?
Yes.
So that's why
You brought it up, you dipshit. You don't get it. You don't get how it works. It's just so cute. All the questions that you just asked her. Now her lawyer gets to ask her all about those questions, and she gets to let her answer as long as she wants. Now you can shut up.
I believe it's right. Nobody said what date that was, so I didn't know until right now. But
Okay, so it's going to be
and
relevant.
then
to the
Ms.
car
Sheldon
seat.
didn't say if that was 22 or 23, because when we started this in May, we have passed the 2023 July. So we are no longer able to vaguely refer to July as July, unless you want to tell me what year it is. So, but Mr. Reed confirmed that this is July 22, or at least I should say this, at least the incident he was talking about with the car seats in the hotel.
So
I
this would
assumed
refer.
as much because of my note. I mean, I reviewed my notes from last time. In other words, I agree that we've gone over this, but I gave you leeway on cross. Now I have to give some on redirect. I don't want to relitigate every single thing. So let's get to this part of the question, because then I turn it over to Mr. Reed for final questions. So I don't want to continue to relitigate this one issue, this one incident.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Reed, this incident had occurred July 30th, 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And at that time, Mr. Reed took Hunter,
Correct.
and then you were unable to see Hunter until October 6th, 2022.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. And you had not been able to talk to Hunter on the phone, is that correct?
He would give me certain allotted times to talk to him, but in order to talk to Hunter, I had to first talk to him. So he was in complete control and would end up hanging up the phone, telling me I never talked to his son again because I wouldn't do what he wanted me to do.
And Mr. Reed wanted you to come and pick up Hunter at some point.
This has already been discussed. Objection. This has nothing to do with the Jeep at this point.
I agree.
Thank you.
Your Honor, it is relevant to the issue of abduction and refusing to cooperate and facilitate parenting time.
But we've already got, this was the incident where we even showed the video, right? I mean, we went over all this. So I have notes. The reason why I can remember this is not because I've gone over my notes. So I thought you were getting to the car seat issue, I guess. So I'm trying to direct everybody to go over. I think this is my version of redirect. You need to be asking questions that go along with questions asked on cross. I realize Mr. Reed talked about abduction. So
Billy, I'll say this.
I'll let you go in.
if I get to 10,000 subs, I'll do I'll say European. Most likely Britain, maybe Ireland. It'll be closer to you. Let's say that. This is still live, William. Yes, it is. Um, I don't think you guys can like again. You guys have done a great job liking this video. We are still 2 subscribers away from me getting 250 subscribers. But Florida is the best I can do for now. Yes, I have heard of that, Lisa. Um, Mailing edibles. I have quite a bit of experience on that. Hit me up in the Discord. If you're in the Discord already, hit me up in there, and then we can talk about it. There's some things to look out for on that. And I am thinking about doing that weed channel that Mayor was suggesting the other day too. Working on it. Got so many things on the go. And 0 of them pay me at this point.
Go into it a little bit more, but I don't want to go through the whole incident again.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
I mean, it's fair and accurate that this was, Mr. Reed did ask questions on cross about abduction. So here we are.
And my point, Your Honor, is that Ms. Reed had even made trip to Michigan and had not seen the child.
Understood.
Except what had occurred. Okay, thank you. Now, Ms. Reed, was there at any point a gun or guns that were available to the children or reachable for the children in the car?
They were not reachable.
Okay. Was there any point that the car seats were not available for the children during that time in the car?
No.
Were the children in the car seats during the ride over to Indiana and to Texas eventually?
Yes. Well, Hunter was not in a car seat on his way back to Michigan.
Okay.
Nor was
Hunter
he in a car
when
seat.
you're
entire
referring
time.
to Hunter being taken by Mr. Reed and he did not have a car seat at that time.
Hunter didn't have a car seat until
I object, Your Honor. How can she see in my truck while I'm driving? She never witnessed my truck.
I made a phone
This is
call
speculation.
to the police because Hunter was hanging out.
Wait, Ms. Reed. Ms. Reed, hold on.
Well, maybe I'll allow you to I think it's a valid objection, but you can pursue a foundation, Ms. Sheldon.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, to be fair, I don't know if she saw inside the truck. You could ask her. I don't know.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Mr. Reed.
I think it's pretty safe to say that it's speculation until we have any other foundation. That's all. Yep.
Thank you. Ms. Reed, when Hunter was taken by Mr. Reed, did he take one of the car seats out of the car?
No, he did not.
And you indicated that he did not have a car seat in his car. How do you know that?
I saw him put Hunter in the car, and he did not have access to any car seats unless he purchased one.
And even when you came to Michigan and you saw Hunter in Mr. Reed's car, was Hunter buckled in the truck that Mr. Reed was driving?
No, Hunter was hanging out the back window.
Objection. We've already went over this.
Well, but part of your last objection is how could she know? And now she's telling you how she knows. So you
And
asked, you asked for this foundation. So this is what you
Okay.
get when you ask
Sure.
for it, I guess. She's explaining what you wanted her to explain.
You get what you get and you don't get upset. Like, seriously, dude, you can't have it all every way. Also, welcome, Terry. Thank you for being here. It's been a long stream. I know, hard to keep up with the comments and not be live. It has been quite the fucking crazy stream today. I think, Yeah. He's so aggressive with the sort of questions. Also, was it William? You thought my hair's darker? It's not, but I think it's because I'm wearing like yellow, maybe a lighter outfit. Or maybe it's like the spotlight effect. I don't know. But no, I didn't do anything to my hair. I didn't even brush it.
Is what I'm trying to get at.
Okay.
Ms. Reed, so you indicated that at that time you also did not observe a car seat in the truck.
Correct.
And you talked about financial abuse. And I know you tried to explain why you stayed with Mr. Reed. Would you explain to the court fully why you stayed?
I had nowhere else to go without making someone else's safety at risk. Anywhere that I went, I kept going back to my old house that was vacant. He would come
4 minutes if I don't talk, Mayor. So probably like an hour.
in, break the door. I would come to my mom.
Oh, the question is $5,000. I'll shave my head for 5,000 US dollars. Actually, I'll take 3,000 US dollars to shave my head. I don't care, it'll grow back. I wish I could donate it. I can't. But I will absolutely for 3,000 US dollars. Yeah, I will do that. God, that sounds cheap, but it's not.
Mom's house all night long. He would drive by, knock on doors, knock on windows, trying to find me. There was nowhere I could go that I could keep the other people safe, because then they would become a target.
Don't worry. There's a little asterisk beside the me willing to shave my head for 3,000 US dollars. There automatically enacts an contest for people to not shave my head, like that wanted me to not shave the head, that will also be able to kick in for more money. Old squishy gardener, no, 3,000 rubles. I don't think that's what I said. But you might have 3K US hanging about, maybe. Send it over. My PayPal's linked. I'll fucking shave my head, no problem. Plus, it'll grow. I cut like 2 feet off my hair recently. You guys are hilarious. No, it's not pesos, Artie. Don't undersell my hair.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Reed, this is your opportunity for any final questions if you choose, keeping in mind the parameters.
Yes, sir.
Sort of describing earlier about, these are just follow-up questions or final questions about the redirect or what Ms. Sheldon just went over, okay?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any of those?
I do.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Miss Reed, how many car seats did we have?
2.
Two. Would it be surprising to you that right at this exact moment I'm looking at both of them?
Probably not, because I have 2 in my possession.
Okay, so
Thank you for the drive-by hello, OSG. Please make sure you're subbed to the new channel. We're very close to getting to 250, so that would be very helpful. Also, this pro se, I would love to see somebody else do this case as well, because the shocking stuff that is in this case is nuts. Jonathan, you're hilarious. Seriously, there was accusations of donkey talk from a man named Steve about the mom being a whore. There was literal admission of breaking the glass out of a pew pew case, attempting to pew pew somebody, it jamming, and then them bashing them in the face with it. Like, you can't write it. It's crazy. Melanie is going to Walgreens, right? Is that what you're calling it? Walgreens. Don't you have Postmates in the States? We don't have that here, but I hear them talk about that all the time. Do you have Postmates? Oh my God, Grammy Rita, thank you so much. Oh, of course, cellulite yoga pants, of course. So wait, there's also the severed arm and selling herself. This was a good docket. I don't think you can call it a docket if it's just one case, can you? I guess it's a docket. A docket of one. Anyways, thanks for stopping by, OSG. I appreciate that very, very much. As I've said before, love your channel. Love your work.
You took the car seats from here, but they're still here, is what you testified to.
No. I mean, I did take my car seats, yes. I don't
Okay,
know if
you,
there's car seats in that house now or not.
you just said we only had two, and you wouldn't be surprised if I was looking at the two we had. Correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I would be surprised.
Oh, okay. All right. The statement that you sign that your lawyer submits over, I don't know the correct terminology. It brings up my conviction for evading arrest in a motor vehicle in 2017 or 18. Are you familiar with that?
Your Honor, objection. This is a recross
Yeah,
based
this
on my.
was not covered during redirect, sir.
But it's in the facts of the court case.
That means you could have asked on cross. I don't know why you waited until now is what I'm saying.
Because it was brought up about my criminal charges. That's why I was bringing it up to try to clear up.
Yeah, right. But we've already got, so here, we had that on direct, then you had cross, that's when you should have asked. We had redirect, and now you're on your final questions, which is can only relate to what Ms. Sheldon asked during redirect, and I already mentioned that.
Okay.
Melanie, Emily, both of y'all write songs
So,
and make me start singing.
Kelly, you would agree with me that you want to do everything in your power to keep the children safe, correct?
Incorrect. I mean,
You don't want to do everything in your power to keep
hold
them
on.
safe?
Would I do
I'm
everything?
sorry, Your Honor. I apologize, but I could not hear Mr. Reed's question properly.
Okay, let me rephrase this. Would you agree that you want to do everything in your power to keep the children safe?
I would agree.
Okay. And keeping them away from their father would definitely keep them safe, correct?
Under certain circumstances, yes.
Okay. Did me and my children ever have problems, or was it just me and you that argued?
No, you had it out with especially your daughter.
Okay. All right. So she wasn't safe, but you stayed.
Until I could get out.
I'm having a hard time understanding this. Standing in the home that we lived in. You keep stating until you could get out. I'm looking right now at two different doors and a road and a phone that I could call 911 on at any time I wanted. And you had a vehicle in the driveway that you could leave anytime you wanted, but you could never escape. What I'm trying to get at is, were you tied up?
I have been, yes.
Oh my God. Can somebody put in the kink command? We don't kink shame. You all know I like being tied up. I find that fun. But that's adults with consent. Oh my fucking God. Holy fuck. Like, if that's true, that is That is unacceptable. That hurts me deep inside. I've never had rope used against me like that. I've only been able to, and thankfully been able to be happy and and comfortable with being tied up. Like that's just it. So that makes me just really sad that that type of tool would be used like that. Also makes me want to tie him up a little bit. But see, I can't do that because he wouldn't consent to what I would want to do to him. Let me tell you that right now. But we could use Fernando as an example. And if Fernando had done something like that, I would tie Fernando up and which I probably shouldn't say.
But most
You've
of the
been tied
time,
up.
my wallet,
Okay.
my phone, and keys were taken from me. And this wasn't the first time I tried to leave. It was
Okay.
5 times. 5 times I tried to get away from you, and I couldn't get very far.
Okay. And why was I, you stated that I came and I beat down the doors and I threatened everybody you knew. But why didn't I ever go to jail for breaking into a habitation or any of that? I mean, you called the police, you said, would they not enforce the law that's written? They wouldn't hold their constitutional, they swear to oath to the Constitution, but they wouldn't hold that for you?
I'm not sure what happened. You got pulled over in the middle of town. I'm not sure what happened after that, other than they told you to get out of this town.
Okay. I was told to get out of town. All right. But all these times that you would leave and you would go back and I would kick down your door or drive my truck through your door or whatever the case may be, the police never arrested me. They
You
never
were
even charged me
arrested
with that,
multiple times.
correct?
You were arrested multiple times.
For breaking into a home? For breaking into a home?
Burglary? Yes.
I was arrested for burglary of what?
A vehicle?
A vehicle on my own property.
No.
And where did that go? Would you agree that the charging officer that this was just in federal court and was tried in federal court? The officer that pressed all this stuff, he was just tried in federal court. Would you agree with me?
Your Honor, there's no foundation for that question. And he is
Okay,
going
that's
way
fine.
over and beyond what was covered in the redirect.
I don't know that I agree with that, but I don't know that we need to get into. I think he's talking about the allegations your client made that she had nowhere else to go and why. I mean, that's what he's digging into. So I don't know. I think he can. If she doesn't know about the other issues, I don't. This is the first time we're hearing about. I believe it's the first time we're hearing about a federal court case against someone almost completely unrelated to this case. So.
Okay, well, let me rephrase that. I apologize. So, did your mom in July tell you that you could come back to live in her home?
I didn't ask.
You didn't ask. So, what prevented you from going to your mother's house for the last 5, 6, 7 years?
Because I needed somewhere to go that you couldn't find me.
Would it
and
not be because?
Sure
Okay.
enough, when I got here, you came looking for me, which is why I was not at this residence.
No, I came there because I had a court order to come there because you tried a protective order that they dismissed.
Correct.
Would the reason be that you couldn't go to your mom's house be because your mom wasn't there? She was traveling back and forth to see your dad in federal prison?
No, that wasn't the case at all.
That wasn't the case. Is he allowed to be around children?
Yes, he is.
Does he ever come over to the home to visit the children?
No, he does not.
Okay. But he's around them, correct?
Your Honor, we're getting into something else here.
I agree.
Okay.
To add that we covered this last time too. It's not to
Okay.
cut off this
I understand.
as evidence, it's just, we talked about it. And it's outside of the scope of redirect is basically what I'm saying.
Okay. So basically, what I want to know, my last question is basically yes or no. You just want to keep receiving child support, but give me access that I can't obtain because of employment with my children.
No, that's not it at all.
That's not it at all. You
No.
expect you think it's okay for me to drive 1,200 miles away from my resident and where they were resident at to come visit my children?
You've
Well,
drove
you
back
feel
and
like-
forth from Texas for years. You drive back and forth to California currently. There's no reason that you couldn't drive to Texas to
Wait.
see your children once a month.
Excuse me. Let me ask you on that statement. I drive back and forth to California.
I'm sure you either have or are about to.
Or I'm about to. Or can we base your statements on facts and not what you can come up with in your head? You stated that I drive
yes.
back and
Yes, we can. Your parents currently reside in our old home. There has been a change of address that they have now moved into that home.
Can I ask you a question? Why are you keeping track of my parents?
I'm not keeping track of them.
How so the mail company called you and said, "Hey, Kathy and JT Shanks did a change of address," is what you're telling me?
Yes, they did.
The mail company called you. I
Your
want this on
Honor,
record.
This is argumentative. I don't think it's appropriate to argue about this issue. It's irrelevant.
I agree it's irrelevant, but I mean, your client's just stating these things that. So Mr. Reed can follow up on her own statements. I don't, it's not particularly relevant for me to this case, but if she's gonna state something, Mr. Reed can ask her why she's saying it, I guess. But
I would
what I'm
like
saying
to-
is, it gets stated and then whether I weigh it as to whether it's relevant or not, even if there's no objection, I mean, that's part of what I have to do as the referee, and then when the follow-up question that he has is continued to be irrelevant.
Oh, this like extra little law lesson is painful. Like, dude, he's just, you're done. You need to shut the fuck. So the dad is suing the mom. Well, they're in the middle of, this is a referee hearing to determine custody and I guess temporary parenting issues until their divorce can be finalized. The father, is pro se. The mother has this poorly functioning robot as a lawyer, in my opinion, allegedly, who has not objected to anything. She's literally objected to less things than if you had a Barbie doll that you sat and pulled the back of, that would have done better at this point, in my opinion, allegedly.
I still have to filter that out, but he can ask questions when she's making statements.
Okay, let me rephrase that.
Thank
You made a statement saying that I travel back and forth to California. When have I traveled back to California since you know?
I'm not sure. I made the
Well, you
statement.
made the statement. I'd like to know.
I made the statement you travel back and forth to Texas and have for years. There's no reason why you couldn't travel to see your children.
It's because you get all of my money. But let me rephrase that. You made the statement that I travel back and forth to California. I want an answer of why you think that.
Assumption.
Assumption.
All right,
Okay.
so it's not only completely irrelevant, it's also speculative, so we don't even need to consider that anymore. Mr. Reed, any final questions?
No, I don't have any final ones.
Thank you. Ms. Sheldon, do you have any further witnesses or exhibits?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Closing remarks. Mr. Reed, we'll start with you.
Whoa, no. How is there 29 minutes? I have a feeling we're not going to get a ruling today. We might. Maybe. Maybe Hagen will surprise me. I doubt it. I have a funny feeling we're going to have about 19 minutes of him arguing, and about 8 minutes of her, 1 minute of him saying goodbye. That's my guess. You think 28 of the minutes, Hector? I don't know. My God. I'm so upset about this case. I feel for these children. She's becoming argumentative. They set each other off. It is so obvious when you hear them speak to each other. They set each other off. And you know what? Sometimes in the beginning of a relationship, that can be exciting and super special. And if you harness it properly, it can be good. But I know, actually, Artie, you're probably right. She's not going to give us 8 minutes of law. God damn it. Okay, how about I try not to talk? Oh, we'll do the silence game again. In a minute, I'll come back on stream. We'll do the silence game where I try and be quiet for 3 straight minutes. It's very difficult for me. Maybe we'll try for 5 tonight. Try for 5.
You. This is basically just as I'm not trying to be condescending, but just to let you know what a closing argument is in case you haven't experienced one or relayed one to court, would be how you see the evidence that was presented. So this isn't your testimony. It's not really evidence. It's basically your argument about how you think the evidence went and what you want the court to do here. That's
Okay,
a simplified, but I think you get the point.
I do.
Thank you.
So I believe this whole hearing, the whole child custody and the divorce is,
Hold somebody mark the time. Let's just mark the time. I'll start the timer. I'll do it. I have a phone. I'll do it. I have a phone. I have a phone. So we're going to just start a timer. Wait, a stopwatch. We're going to start a stopwatch, and we'll go back to when he started. And I do want to stop this. But do I have a phone? No, this is not a phone. This is only a stopwatch. This is a stopwatch YouTube device. I wasn't even trying to be quiet yet. It wasn't even the quiet game started yet. The quiet game, I'm going to be on camera being quiet. It's cheating. I was already yelling. You need to be like silent, as in not even talk when you can't hear me.
Thank you.
so I believe this whole hearing, the whole child custody and the divorce is got merits and related to the marriage itself, not the children. Me and my wife did not get along. I think it's used way too much in civil court, that you can make accusations and people can run with it, but in criminal court you have to prove me on a reasonable doubt, and that's what she's done here, and she's taken advantage of it. Her lawyer has included in everything that comes in to try to prove to the court that she is doing this because of a victim's thing. She makes sure that's put in, because her client is, in her words, a victim, and that's put in every email communication to try to convince the courts that her client is a victim. I have had no issues with my kids. There was never a marriage that should have taken place to begin with. There was a lot of cheating that went on, but that doesn't affect our children and my right to see my children. Everything that Kelly's came up with has been whatever she could say to make herself look better. She's done no wrong whatsoever in her entire life.
I said pause. I said pause. I'm about to talk. I'll pause your timer here too, dipshit. Look, I pause his stupid timer. I don't like him. No offense, buddy. Actually, offense. 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 IHOP is Could you get me something at IHOP, Melanie? I'd appreciate that. I'm a little bit hungry too. Yeah, sarcasm doesn't work in court, right? So we're gonna do the 5 minute quiet. We're gonna do the 5 minute quiet game. Look at me, I can barely commit to being quiet for 5 minutes. I'm gonna restart his timer. I'm gonna fit. No, we're starting now, T-Rex. So it's not. It's going. I'm gonna start in 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
Life, yet a court in Texas took custody away from her and took her rights to another child completely away from her. But she's done no wrong in her life. Doesn't make sense to me, but maybe it's convincing to a court. It's also been relayed that I am this big bad guy, and I had a charge for evading arrest in 2017, is which they keep trying to play. But in reality, that charge came about before me and Kelly ever even met. And it was disposed of during our marriage. It never took place during my child's lives. I was there for my kids. I never once wouldn't feed my kids, and I'm sure anybody can see through that. That was a big part of my family's life, my children's life. My parents were a big part of the children's life. Since day one, they were there to see the children born, but they had been denied access, knowing she stated that my parents lived in California. So I don't know how that would interrupt with me being involved in a phone call when she knew my parents were 2,800 miles away. But she's done everything she can to take me and my family away from the children. The same that was done with her oldest child, that she later lost custody of. It's a great picture they painted. I'm by far no means innocent of anything, but I've never hurt my kids or put them in danger. And my ignorant ways when I was younger and things I did happened before my children were born, and was never taking place in their presence. Brought up a charge from Grand Traverse County, which was dismissed, and there's going to be a civil suit when this divorce case is over with against the county for that, because there was no charge. It was resisting arrest with no charge there to begin with, or crime committed. But I haven't done anything to my children, but been kept away from them as long as possible to inflict as much emotional damage on me and my family as she can. I understand how somebody that can have children at home 24/7 leave, and then all of a sudden it's not okay for the other parent to be there. Makes no sense to me. It's a proven fact that children that don't have fathers in their lives do not turn out well. That's you can look that up anywhere online. But this whole thing has been just to get full custody of the kids over vengeance. And I think looking back at everything said, you can see through lies. There's proof there, whether I was allowed to admit it or not, because of anything, that there's proof there. I think that there needs to be joint custody between parents. I believe there needs to be no communication between parents, and drop-off places are set up throughout the United States of America at police stations for transfers of children. I'm the only one that financially provides for my children, and she has never provided for children since day one, other than when it's convenient for her. And when it's convenient for her, she can provide for them. She has had jobs she can provide, and she chooses not to financially support the children. She works the system very well. And I think the kids need their father in their life. I think it's detrimental to them to have their father in their life that's always been in their life since day one. And I can't imagine the brainwashing and what's been said to keep the children away from their father. I do not have the means to drive across country to see my kid for 3 hours. That doesn't even seem right on any level. And I don't believe that I should have to pay to talk to my children on the phone when I've been a part of their life since day one. And she said she's been the sole caregiver for these children, which is proven a lie amongst other lies. I'm just think that the kids should have joint custody so they can have both of their parents and live a happy life and spend time with their grandparents while they're still here that have known them since day one. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Sheldon.
Oh my God. Whew. No way. 7 minutes, 22 seconds, 49. I was not quiet that entire time. I did make it 5 minutes. Ugh. I thought it would be cheating if I started writing down notes. I was even trying not to verbalize what I felt because it's fun like that. Wow. What a douche. Okay, let's talk about it. The study he talked about looking up anywhere on the internet. What the fuck are you talking about? That's not evidence. Okay, that's not how it works. I love the internet. Doesn't mean that it's always right. Secondly, you kept mistaking, like, the kids getting custody. Yeah, the kids probably should have custody of you guys because both of you sound like fucking idiots at this point. But seriously, you get it right. Thirdly, when you said that she didn't contribute ever, except when it was convenient for her, those eliminate each other. It can't be that. It's one or the other. You can't just have it that way. What else? I will give him this. He finished in under 7.5 minutes. I wonder who's going to talk the rest of this time. If Sheldon talks for the 20 minutes, I will be shook. I'm not going to try and not talk for the rest of this. We'll see, actually. I'll try a little. Because it is fun. But, like, I have to take notes if I want to go off properly because I had about 19 things that yeah, Tin Man. That's a beautiful comment right there. Bet it's not the first time he finished in under 7.5 minutes. I bet it is absolutely not. Oh man. Yeah, no. Ugh. Like, he doesn't even sound like he was nice at any point. They don't sound, there's no loving, like, redemption that's happening here, and it's making me sad. That is probably his record longest, okay? Exactly. What I was gonna say is, like, yeah, I'm assuming 30-second pump and dump type of guy we got on our hands here. Not you, Judge Hagen. I have a few better expectations of you. But we do have to talk. If I ever got in a room with Judge Hagen, actually, a few judges.
Thank you, Your Honor. This section began with the defendant's petition for emergency jurisdiction and custody under UCCJEA. And on October 6th and 7th, hearing took place where the judge Witten granted sole legal and sole physical custody to the minor children to the defendant and allowed the defendant to return to Texas with the children and granted weekly Zoom parenting time and monthly in-person parenting time to be supervised by a supervising agency, namely Hereford Agency in Texas. Plaintiff is now requesting that the court review the prior order and grant him sole legal and sole physical custody of the children, granting defendant the reasonable parenting time. The parties were married on March 28, 2015, and it is established through testimony of the defendant that plaintiff has marginalized, manipulated, intimidated, physically and verbally abused the defendant Further exasperating his behavior, he has abused their children on multiple occasions with verbal and physical threats and has harmed the children emotionally and physically throughout the parties' marriage. In particular, Mr. Ms. Reed testified that there was physical abuse of the minor child Hunter. Yeah, Mr. Reed snapped and punched Hunter in the face, that blood in his teeth due to his punch on June 24, 2022. And on July 24, 2022, Mr. Reed grabbed Hartley by the hair and dragged her on the ground. And his behavior has continued on July 29, 2022, when Ms. Reed left the state with their children and the family dog. And on July 30th, 2022, Mr. Reed tracked her down by locating her Jeep Rubicon by activating the GPS system and then removing the fuses and then waiting for her to come out of the hotel.
They didn't give her a TPO from this? That's shocking to me. That's fucked up. Don't go after somebody that leaves you. Turn around. Say bye-bye. Be a bigger man. I don't give a fuck if she has your kids. That's fucked up. You don't take somebody's fuses out of their Jeep, their car, whatever it is, at the hotel they're at and wait for them to come out. That's some crazy ass shit. Whew! Ladies and men, you're gonna have to borrow a different car when you leave. I missed that part about the Jeep. No, I didn't miss it. I heard it. He fucking took the fuses out. It's ridiculous. I'm mad about it. I was mad when he punched the kid in the face. Now I'm fucking livid. I'm hoping that the judge is like, yeah, I hope he's gonna rule literally, but I doubt it now. We've got how many minutes left? Well, 19 minutes. We'll see what happens. Maybe we'll get a verbal smackdown. That would just be so beautiful for us. I don't know if it's happening, but
Mr. Reed then took Hunter from Mrs. Reed at the hotel parking lot, and Miss Reed could not drive the car to pursue. Mr. Reed took Hunter and refused all parenting time for Mrs. Reed from July 30th until October 6, 2022. Ms. Reed came to Michigan on September 22nd, 2022 to pick up Hunter at Mr. Reed's request, but he refused to provide the child and did not allow any parenting time other than sitting in the same vehicle, unable to touch her son, while Mr. Reed berated her and called her names. He used Hunter as a pawn, clearly, to get Miss Reed back and threatened and manipulated her to get to her to break down and come back to the relationship, come back to Michigan. Mr. Reed refused to share any medical information when Hunter had his wrist broken while he was in Mr. Reed's care. Miss Reed had to call every doctor in Grand Traverse County to find out where Hunter was receiving treatment. Due to the domestic violence history, he also has criminal history that includes convictions for felony evading arrest in 2018. He was arrested for making terroristic threats and burglary of a vehicle in 2018. He was arrested for multiple instances of domestic violence against the defendant. Plaintiff was on probation, and while he was evading these arrests, he was on Texas's 10 most wanted list and was extradited from California to Texas to face felony charges.
we Hundy P did cover this case before. I pulled his fucking face up last time. Oh my god. Lady, open with this. 5 hours in, and I've already pulled this loser's face up, and he was convicted. He's convicted. I'm allowed to say it. He's a felon. Not that I have anything, you know what I mean. He was convicted of the kidnapping, I think. Something like that. Cellulite, did you know it was them the whole time? I said earlier, I was like, I think we've done part of this case before. I mean, I cover almost every one of his hearings. Like I just do. But sometimes I don't track it properly, so I miss it. But I have good people that email me and they're like, "Did you look at this today?" And I'm like, "Yeah, no." But this one is I got myself. I caught. But I caught it after planning two other fucking hearings that we were gonna watch. Oh, yes. I am getting flakes on Billy's crazy alley run. Bruce Davis, have a great night. We're almost done. We did hate the lawyer last time too. I bet we did. I don't doubt it. Sometimes I think it's hilarious. And we remember this did happen once with Judge Hagan, where my own fault, the video started playing again, and we didn't notice for 30 minutes. We listened to the same 30 minutes. It was after a good 5 hours too, so nobody was to blame. Once we figured it out, I took responsibility for it. I felt bad as fuck. But one day I would love to just do a same case that I've already done before and see how long it takes me to figure it out. To be fair, this is a new hearing. I remember like phrases. So what she's saying now, she said at the first hearing, and I'm remembering that. She didn't say that in this hearing until now. Oh, breakfast roll sounds good too, Billy. I think I'll maybe get pizza after this. Who knows? If you just shut up and finish.
Based on the best interest factors throughout the marriage, pursuant to the Child Custody Act, a child should not be moved from an established custodial environment. Since July 2022 for Hartley, and since October 6th, 7th of 2022 for Hunter, these children have been placed with my client, Ms. Reed, and they look to my client for guidance, discipline, necessities of life, and parental comfort. Therefore, my client has established custody environment. She has been the primary caregiver for the children since they were born. The children have and continue to look to her for guidance, discipline, and necessities of life. This is further supported by the fact that plaintiff did not have any contact with the children from July 2022 for Hartley and October 2022 for Hunter until February of 2023 by Zoom only. And Mr. Reed, had 2 months of parenting time by Zoom. Then there was testimony from Hereford Investigations that his parenting time was discontinued. They were no longer willing to serve due to the fact that he has evidence of bullying behavior. He was harassing the company so much so that it interfered with their business. In general, Mr. Reed has shown that he is a domestic abuser who does not feel that he is abusive in any way. He denies these facts. He denies the reports. The exhibits will show that he has called and admitted on the record that he has called my client names in front of the children, in the hearing of the children. He has admitted to these behaviors. He does not deny that he took the child, and yet he continues to blame my client for his bad behavior. Love and affection of the child, there's minimal love and affection for the children at this point. There may have been bond and affection for the children with the father. However, his maladaptive parenting behavior that he exhibited through Hereford Investigation interfered with his ability to bond with the children. Therefore, defendant is favored under this factor. At factor B, the capacity and disposition of the parties involved to give child love and affection and guidance and continue the education and raising the child in their religion or creed, if any. Since Hartley and Hunter were born, defendant has primarily provided them with love and affection and guidance. She has the capacity and disposition to continue such care and has done so. Plaintiff's abusive behavior towards defendant, his criminal activity, financial control, his family parenting time has been suspended due to the denial of services. His refusal to exercise his parenting time in person demonstrates that he would have difficulty providing appropriate guidance or care to the children. Therefore, defendant is favored under this factor. Factor C, the capacity and
Yeah, you know what? My original guess was flipped. She is going through the factors, A, B, C, D, E, F, whatever. She is putting her back into it, and she's doing it in the place where it's meant to be done. These are all allegations. She didn't prove any or all of these things, or she didn't prove all of these things. She may have half proven some of that, but she knows that she's allowed to say what she wants in opening and close. And the judge can infer from that and deal with the evidence as it's being reinterpreted to him. That is the point of closing, and I think it's also probably getting him freaking really pissed. Now, is he gonna have a final close that they give him? Because sometimes they do that. They're like, you have the final word. That's what they always say. It does look like a mummy behind her a little bit. It's like a chair, but it is like a mummy, Donna. That's crazy. Rebuttal. Thank you, Kay. KLF, everybody. Here, telling us how it is. Thank you. Yeah, rebuttal. So they'll probably give him, well, we'll see how much time. Judge Hagan, I don't think we're gonna get, I know Kay will probably let this out. I'm assuming this is a cock block case where they're gonna say, I'll rule by writing or whatever. It's just how it is. It's how it goes when we watch these. And that's okay. I would never watch it first and then watch it with you guys. That's too much work. Plus my face, I think I give great reactions half the time.
disposition of the parties involved to provide the child with food, clothing, medical care, and other remedial care. Although plaintiff does provide some child support, he was not providing them until he was forced to be garnished of his wages. During that time, defendant ensured that the children were fed, clothed, taken to the doctor, dental appointments, and even during the marriage. This was solely Ms. Reed's job, and Mr. Reed had worked obviously to provide financially. However, he was not there to care for the children. He was not available for the children's needs, rarely provided and support other than working full-time. Mr. Reed has provided minimal child support for the children since the separation. He has not provided any gifts for the children for their first Christmas apart, does not understand that it is highly damaging to the children, that the way that he treats them, he does not show proper affection towards them. He does not show interest towards them, as is evidenced by the exhibits given by the Hereford investigations. And therefore, defendant prevails under this factor. Factor D, the length of time the child has lived in a stable, satisfactory environment and the desirability to maintaining this continuity and the permanence as a family unit of the existing or proposed custodial home. The children have lived in a stable and satisfactory environment ever since defendant and the children fled the parties' joint home on July 29, 2022. Defendant currently resides in a home that she rents from her mother in Texas and is close to supportive family members, extended family members who have provided support for the defendant. Defendant is working part-time, currently seeking a full-time employment. Hartley is enrolled, and as is Hunter. They're attending school now, is continuing the education. And Hunter is waitlisted for the daycare services and will be enrolled into therapy due to the separation anxiety that he experienced. While on the other hand, Mr. Reed remains in the home where the parties live together. However, it is a rental home. It is not known whether Mr. Reed will continue to reside in that house. He had indicated on the testimony that he is planning to move. That was 3 months ago, 2 months ago. Therefore, defendant is favored under this factor. Factor E, the permanence as a family unit or existing or proposed custody home or homes. Because of the violence that they faced in their home with the plaintiff, defendant and the children have had to completely reestablish their lives, find new housing, seek employment, support network, medical and therapeutic assistance for the children, and daycare. This has been a monumental task for the defendant, and her efforts have resulted in a safe and stable environment in which the children are able to thrive, requiring that the children again be uprooted from the home they're now settling into and removed from the custody of defendant. They have looked to for love and affection their entire life would be counter to their best interest. Therefore, this factor is favorable to the defendant. F, the moral fitness of the parties involved. The issues of parties' relative fitness to provide for the minor children if the moral disposition of each party is demonstrated by their individual conduct. The conduct is only relevant if it is the type of conduct that necessarily has a significant influence on how one functions as a parent. Fletcher versus Fletcher 447, Mich. 871, 1994. The evidence indicates that throughout their relationship and since their separation, plaintiff has been physically, financially, verbally, and emotionally violent towards defendant in order to create a climate of fear and maintain power and control. In addition to the violent behaviors directed at the children's mother, plaintiff has also shown that his fitness is lacking based on his multiple prior convictions and recent criminal activity, the multiple messaging and harassing behaviors, his disposing of the marital properties, and general disregard for the law and the court system. Plaintiff's inability to look beyond how he feels he has been wronged in this action, in addition to his continuous lashing out at agencies and individuals who have attempted to step in to help his case, show that his focus is not at all on his children's well-being, but is entirely self-focused. On the contrary, since her separation from plaintiff, defendant has done very well responding to the children, providing for the children for their best interest. Defendant is a moral parent, therefore an appropriate custodial parent. Therefore, defendant prevails under this factor as well. Factor G, the mental and physical health of the parties. Defendant has been diagnosed with anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress disorder, and she receives regular counseling, and she had indicated that since she has left Michigan, she has not been taking any other medication other than acid reflux and some pain medication as needed. Her health has improved. Defendant has no drug addiction history or any health issues that impacts the parenting of these children. It is unknown whether plaintiff has been diagnosed with any mental or physical health issues. However, based on plaintiff's violent, erratic, and harassing behaviors, it is clear that he does in fact suffer from some untreated, undiagnosed mental health problems. Defendant believes that it would be in the best interest of the minor children for the plaintiff to be required some type of domestic aggression or abuse class at his own expense and actively participate in co-parenting classes for a period of time. Therefore, defendant prevails under this factor as well. J, the willingness and ability of each of the parties to facilitate and encourage a close and continuing parent-child relationship between the children and the other parent. This is a difficult case where defendant initially attempted to facilitate a healthy relationship with the minor children and the plaintiff and requested parenting time with Hunter after his abduction from her care on July 30th, 2022. However, Mr. Reed continued to abuse, taunt, and harass Ms. Reed and use Hunter as a pawn to get her to come to Michigan on multiple occasions. Even after the supervised parenting time was ordered by court, Mr. Reed exercised his Zoom parenting time from February 2023 to April of 2023. Defendant attempted to stay cordial and communicate through Family Wizard app. Since this time, plaintiff has repeatedly given reason to plaintiff and the court to limit his access to the children to ensure their safety. Plaintiff continues to exhibit the same abusive behaviors that the Hereford investigations terminated their services and assistance to the plaintiff. Therefore, defendant prevails under this factor. Factor K, domestic violence. We've talked about domestic violence over and over again, Your Honor. The evidence will and the exhibits will detail those incidences. It is serious. The seriousness of plaintiff's violent behaviors are made even more profound given that their marital property, given that, I apologize, given that he is refusing to exercise his parenting time. He is refusing to acknowledge his role. He is accusing my client of playing the victim and continue to laugh, mock, and lack any insight into these type of behavior as exhibited by him today and at every hearing that we've had so far. Therefore, under this factor, defendant prevails. Factor L, any other factor considered by the court. The substantial presence of plaintiff's parents' involvement in this case is also relevant. They have enabled and supported and defended their son, Mr. Reed's actions and refused any parenting time for Hunter with his mother. And it is apparent even today that the testimony by Mr. Shanks that he does not believe that Mr. Reed poses any threat to the children or to my.
Are you in my Discord already, Hayden? Because I have one. Just make sure you join. I always forget. And yes, I will have wrenches soon. We're doing a mod Olympiad. I don't know. I am. I do know. I know a lot. There's a lot of missions that I already have written out. But I have a few things to do. But regardless, let's just finish up. This lawyer is just boring the shit out of me. She's bossing this, but it's boring. And that's part of what law is a lot of the time. As usual, it's the best when people that don't know what they're doing start trying to do it. It's like, I mean, it would be funny if somebody was like not a doctor and they tried to be a doctor, like all bumbly and stuff, but nobody would let them be a doctor. Like, the problem is they're letting them be damn lawyers. Tin Man, thank you. And you know what? There's pimp so many links. I don't ask mods to do those things. My modding is different. That's the whole point. Talk about it later. There's no mods here, if you notice right now. That way nobody's hurt. All that. No, but nobody will be hurt. I'm going to value everybody for different things. And there's going to be some very unique tasks and competitions that will really prove your modness.
My client. Pursuant to also Child Custody Act, MCL 722.21 and 722.27A, the reasonable likelihood of abuse or neglect of the child during the parenting time, it is reasonable that the children will experience some type of verbal and emotional abuse and potentially physical abuse based on the prior incidents. During the time that they resided together, children witnessed and were home even if they were not witnesses to these incidents. Plaintiff was violent with the defendant. The supervising agency ultimately refused to provide any services because they were unable to ensure the safety of their staff. And further supporting this conclusion that plaintiff exhibits abusive behaviors. Any less restricting access to the children after this hearing would place the children in danger to protect the minor.
Oh, there's going to be essay questions. There's going to be special find me certain weird shit on the internet contest. There's going to be weird random shit, y'all. And that's the point. Being a mod here, and no offense to mods everywhere, I appreciate what mods do. But on this channel, what do some people call it? Grifting? Leeching? I'm good at that. But anyways, we'll talk about it more. I have some fun stuff up. Anyways, Hayden, I accepted your friend request. Anybody who wants to add me as a friend on Discord, go ahead. Please do join the Discord. We have lots of things in there. You know that I'm not really like a rule lady. I have a fight corner on Discord where you want to go and fight. You can go and argue and post your shit there. That's fine. Um, Mayor's like a bit of a mod hoarder. That's the funniest thing I might have heard today. The thing is, I appreciate mods, like I really do. I think there's a little part of inside of me that really wants the green back as well as the blue at the same time, and so I'm sort of like holding out and working hard to get back to that 500 number, which I guess they've lowered. Last time I had to go to 1,000, and I did, but now we got 500, and we'll see.
Children, plaintiff's parenting time should be supervised with the supervision by a third party that is court certified supervising agency. As I indicated previously, that his parents are not appropriate to supervise the parenting time for these children. There will be no accountability or transparency by the plaintiff's parents. In this case, the history of domestic violence, the reasonable likelihood of abuse of a parent resulting from the exercise of parenting time. Based on the exhibits from Hereford investigations, it is clear that the history of domestic violence is repeating and currently ongoing through the Zoom, even the Zoom parenting time, and that any opportunity for further harassment or abuse, Mr. Reed will take and abuse my client. And whether a parent has frequently failed to exercise reasonable parenting time. Plaintiff, again, did not see Hartley from July 30th until present, Hunter from October 7th, 2022 until present in person. Pursuant to the October 7th order, he is allowed in-person supervised parenting time, but he has yet to exercise that. He blames that on the employment. However, the parenting time allowed through that supervision is on the weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, and it's once a month. Even if he can do once every other month, I think any father would have done that, but he is refusing to see the children. D, the threatened or actual detention of the child, and we've gone over this regarding abduction of Hunter and what had happened to the child. There's no modification requested by the defendant as to the child support. No child support modification is requested. For all the reasons set forth here, defendant requests that this court place physical and legal custody of the minor children with her, given plaintiff's criminal behavior, erratic behavior, harassing and violent behavior. Defendant further requests that this court award plaintiff parenting time supervised by a court certified supervising agency within 40 miles radius of the current residence of my client and paid for by plaintiff. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you all very much. The court will take the matter under advisement and they'll issue a written opinion.
I fucking bet. I called that. He gave me 8. Ugh. Okay, hold on.
All
We're
right,
not
this is-
doing it again. Hold on. We're going to a different screen. We're going to have a little talk about YouTube Daddy before we edit for the evening. You guys will get, oh, fuck. You know what this tab is called? Live scene, me big. Okay? Except remember what we did at the beginning? When oh my God. Control Z, will it work? Let's see. Control Z, 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 Z. Yes, it will work. Look at this. Whew. Tin Man, that's how it works. We don't get a judgment. I will actually look into getting a judgment on those cases. KLF, hilarious comment that you made earlier about Mayor's wrench possession having an impact on the plumbers all over North America. That's hilarious. Honestly, so somebody asked, how does YouTube Daddy make money off of live streams? Well, YouTube Daddy takes 30% of any money that you make while you're live. So that's how he makes money like that. That's why donating to the PP or the PayPal is such a generous way of doing that, because that bypasses that grab. Also, if you're on Apple and you donate, it takes even more money. It's weird, but that's just the way it goes. But honestly, again, money is not, I appreciate the hustle about making money off of ad revenue and videos because I like that a lot better. But I really miss the membership stuff that we had, and that's really my main goal to getting to 500 again. Not necessarily to monetize in that same way that I was, but on the other channel, because I have to reassess that. But the membership stuff was fun. I just really like doing members only stuff and like having different things like that. Oh, I love money, and I'm going to be making money elsewhere where YouTube Daddy doesn't take that cut. So don't you worry about that. Zed, yeah, that's what Zed is. The letter Z. That's the end of it. So, okay, the other thing I was going to mention, if you're still here, is that court case with the divorced mom that with Birdie the kid and all of that literally took years off my life. It was like if we want to talk about somebody like going nuts in their house, throwing tantrums, like I was literally freaking out in the kitchen during that hearing, if y'all remember. She started to, oh, I almost couldn't deal with it. In fact, I think that was possibly the video that I got the most negative comments on, which I loved. I was just like, oh, really? Yeah. I listened to all 8 hours. I'm sure y'all were bored with me, but I fucking was there the whole time. And in fact, I think we did over 20 hours of that case. Um, I still stay with what I said. I don't back down from any of it. 23 hours, Jonathan C. And then also, I remember she said some pretty farcical claims that I started to reenact in the kitchen. I would like try and recreate. It was a fun time. I really did try and make it fun. It was over 20 hours over a number of days. I think I called it divisive divorce drama on my old channel, Kitchen Court Cases. If you look at like the lives, and then probably it's one of the most popular ones. The first one is over 8 hours. And I did a good job of linking that because I even made a thumbnail for that. Anyways, again, I'm a little sour about YouTube Daddy because I was working very hard on what I was doing, and they were like, "You're just reusing content." And I was like, "No, I'm really not. I'm just bad at it." So there's a big difference, and you just shot me down. Um, so anyways, but they're still up there. I've left everything over there so you can go watch it. People complained like fuck in the comments. They said that I was rude, that I was over the top, that it was worse listening to me. And I was just like, okay, welcome. Like, this is who I am. I was just me the whole time. Maybe 8 hours plus is a lot to handle. I mean, you guys, some of you have done 5.5 today, but the drama llama bus, I mean, it was nuts. Her mom, and then the dad writing for Playboy. Oh, again. And remember, was it that case where they went to that? That's where a lot of the emojis on the previous channel came from, because we had like, they talked about the kegs a lot, like the kegs at this restaurant. Oh, we did tell them to fuck off. Like, I continued doing the case. So the only reason I continued doing it is because I didn't really want it to look like I didn't do it out of people like telling me I was annoying, even though I was personally annoyed doing the case. Like, I felt like it was a hurtful thing for all of us to have to listen to, but it was a good court case. I mean, go watch it if you want. Nobody's making money off that, but nobody did it in the first place. But I mean, it's still over there. But I do remember it was like I reenacted a lot of her weird accusations in the fucking thing. And so yeah, I do have to finish it to spite them, which is why I watch every one of this dude's hearings. He's one of the only like judges I still check regularly, like, because I know it was continued. Ugh. I think it is in September. Part of me secretly hoped that they had like sorted it out privately, but I have a funny feeling it's September because they're doing so many dramatic readings, Jonathan. Oh my God, that's right. I read so much aloud, and then they read so much aloud. But I think that my dramatic readings were a lot better. I will tell you that there was somebody in my house that day, in the house with me, and let's just say the in-person review of my performance that evening was also similar to the comments. Like, wow, you were really loud and annoying. I was like, well, that lady was really loud and annoying. What was I supposed to do? And again, 8 hours straight is a lot for anybody to handle of me. I do it all day long. It's hard. Anyways, guys, listen, it's been over 5.5 hours. Look at my hair. I'm gonna go get pizza. That's what I'm gonna do. If I had Uncrustables here, my life would be perfect, but I don't. I don't think you can send me Uncrustables in the P.O. box. Uh, please make sure that you've hit the like button. It's a free way you can help me out. YouTube Daddy, you know how he is. You know where I'll be tomorrow watching We Got a Case. Also, Kay just started a new series. I think it's on part 1. She did a part 0 as well, like a prequel explaining everything. So make sure that you check out KLF's channel. Um, Great long-term series there. So please do that. Also, T-Rex is here. Thank you, T-Rex, for being here. I will link his channel on mine as well soon. I have to, again, get into the work habit. Here we go with the fucking Uncrustables again. I know, loud Elvis. It's because my parents never gave them to me. And same with, like, Lunchables. And I still eat Lunchables. I buy those for myself. People think I'm a bad mom. No, I'm just a bad lady. I just eat them myself. Anyways, you guys, I love you so much. I will see. Look, anybody can post links. You don't need to be mods. They won't link it, but you can post it. Anyways, I love you all so much. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Please remember that I'm proud of you and that I love you.